Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. It was a Friday night in April of 1998. I remember because earlier that day, I'd brought home an art project from kindergarten, a paper flower made from tissue paper that my teacher had helped me with. Mum had stuck it on the fridge with a magnet, and I remember feeling so proud seeing it there when we made popcorn for movie night. Mum had rented some Disney movie from Blockbuster. I can't even remember which one now, but I remember being excited about staying up late. Our house was this 3-bedroom ranch-style place on Maplewood Drive. Nothing fancy, but it had this long hallway that connected the bedrooms to the rest of the house. Mum's room was at the end of that hallway, with Sarah's room and mine on either side about halfway down. We all piled onto Mum's bed that night. Me, my 12-year-old sister Sarah, our boxer Rex, and Mom. Rex was this big brindle boxer, about 4 years old at the time, and he'd usually lie at the foot of the bed. He was the sweetest dog, rarely barked, and was super gentle with me. Sarah always complained that he snored too loud, but I loved having him around. The movie started around 8, and Mom had made popcorn and hot chocolate. It was raining outside. I remember the sound of it hitting the bedroom window. Mum's room had this dim bedside lamp that cast these weird shadows on the wall. I used to make shadow puppets when I was supposed to be sleeping. I don't remember exactly when Mum and Sarah fell asleep, probably halfway through the movie. Mum worked double shifts at the hospital that week, and Sarah had had swim practice. I remember feeling special that I was the last one awake, even though my eyes were getting heavy. The movie was still playing, and I was fighting to stay awake, that floaty feeling just starting to take over when Rex suddenly changed. It wasn't gradual. 1 second he was sleeping at our feet, and the next he was standing rigid at the edge of the bed, his ears perked up and his body completely tense. I'll never forget how the hair along his spine stood straight up. I'd never seen him do that before. Then he started growling. Not the playful growl he'd make when we played tug-of-war with his rope toy. This was deep, rumbling, like something was vibrating inside his chest. His eyes were fixed on the bedroom doorway, staring into the dark hallway. The growling got louder until it turned into this aggressive barking that jolted Mum and Sarah awake. Mum sat up quickly, disoriented from being woken up so suddenly. "Rex, quiet," she said. But he wouldn't stop. He was fixated on something in the hallway that I couldn't see. The way he was acting, it was like there was an intruder, but I couldn't see or hear anyone. Sarah grabbed my arm. I remember how cold her fingers felt. "Mum, what's wrong with him?" she asked, her voice shaky. Mum turned on her bedside lamp and got out of bed, trying to calm Rex down. "It's probably nothing. Maybe he heard a raccoon outside." But Rex wasn't looking outside. He was staring into the hallway, and he wouldn't back down. He jumped off the bed and stood at the doorway, his body stiff, still growling. I'd never been afraid of Rex before, but the way he was acting scared me. "Stay here with Lily," Mum told Sarah, and she carefully approached Rex to look into the hallway. That's when we heard it. From the kitchen came this slow scraping sound. We all froze. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across the countertop. Mum's face went pale. She knew, like we all did, that nobody else was supposed to be in the house. The scraping stopped, and then there was this loud crash of glass breaking on the tile floor. "Someone's in the house," Sarah whispered, pulling me against her. I could feel her heart racing. Mum backed up toward the bed, reaching for the phone on her nightstand. "I'm calling 911, she whispered. But before she could dial, we heard something else. The unmistakable sound of the kitchen faucet turning on, full blast, water pounding into the sink. Not like someone had just turned it on for a glass of water, but like someone had yanked the handle as hard as they could. Rex went ballistic. He was barking and snarling, moving back and forth between us and the hallway, like he couldn't decide if he should protect us or attack whatever was out there. I started crying quietly at first, then these hiccuping sobs I couldn't control. Sarah kept her arm around me, but I could feel her trembling too. Mom put the phone down. To this day, I don't understand why she didn't call the police. Maybe it was shock, or maybe some deeper instinct told her this wasn't something the police could help with. "Stay behind me," she said, grabbing the baseball bat she kept under her bed. "We need to check it out." "Mom, no!" Sarah protested, but Mom was already moving toward the hallway, flicking on the light switch. The hallway lit up, empty. Rex was still growling, his eyes never leaving that dark space at the end of the hall where the kitchen was. Mom started walking slowly down the hall, the bat raised. Sarah and I followed, clinging to each other. Rex stayed right by Mom's side, his growl continuous. Each step down that hallway felt like it took hours. The kitchen was still dark, but we could all hear the water running full blast. When Mom reached the kitchen entrance, she fumbled for the light switch with her free hand, the bat still raised with the other. The fluorescent lights flickered on, buzzing like they always did. The water was running full force from the faucet, spraying slightly over the edge of the sink. But what made my blood run cold was the candle. Earlier that evening, Mum had lit this big vanilla-scented candle and placed it on the counter. We had all heard it scrape across the counter and shatter, but there it was, sitting perfectly in the same spot where Mum had left it, not even slightly moved, the flame still burning steadily. There was no broken glass anywhere, no sign that anything had fallen or shattered. Mum turned off the faucet, her hand visibly shaking. "Sarah, take Lily back to my room." "But Mom—" "Now, Sarah." Sarah pulled me back to Mom's room while Mom checked the rest of the house. Rex wouldn't leave her side, still on high alert. I remember sitting on Mom's bed, clutching my stuffed rabbit, while Sarah checked that the window was locked. She pulled the curtains closed tight. "Is someone in our house?" I asked her, my voice small. Sarah sat next to me, putting her arm around my shoulders. "I don't know, Lily," she said honestly. I could tell she was trying to be brave for me. After what seemed like forever, Mom came back. Her face was tight, the way it got when she was trying not to look scared. "All the doors are locked from the inside," she said. "Windows too. There's nobody here." "But the water, and we heard the candle fall," Sarah insisted. Mom sat down heavily on the bed. Rex finally seemed to be calming down, though he kept looking toward the doorway. "I know what we heard," she said quietly. We all slept in Mom's room that night, with the baseball bat propped against the nightstand and the door firmly closed. Nobody mentioned what we were all thinking, that whatever had been in our kitchen might not have been a person at all. That wasn't the first strange thing to happen in that house, just the most frightening up to that point. Since we moved there in 1996, little things had been off. Keys would disappear and reappear in places we never put them. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Once, all the photos in the hallway were turned upside down when we woke up in the morning. Mom would always find some logical explanation. The keys fell behind the counter. The TV had a faulty remote. The photos weren't secured well on their hooks. But after that night with the candle and the faucet, it became harder to explain things away. The incidents got more frequent after that night. About a week later, I was doing homework at the kitchen table when all the cabinet doors flew open at once. Just flew open, like someone had gone down the line and pushed each one. Rex, who had been lying at my feet, started that same deep growl and backed me away from the cabinets. Sarah started having nightmares about someone standing at the foot of her bed. She'd wake up screaming that there was a shadow watching her. Mum moved her into my room for a while, and we pushed our twin beds together. One afternoon, Mom was doing laundry in the basement when the door slammed shut and the light bulb shattered. She couldn't get the door open for almost an hour, no matter how hard she pushed. When it finally opened, there was nobody there, and no reason why it should have been stuck. We started finding small objects arranged in patterns, my hair clips in a perfect circle on my dresser when I knew I'd left them in a pile. Sarah's swim ribbons spread out in a star shape on her desk. Mum's nursing textbooks stacked from largest to smallest when she always organized them by subject. The worst was when we'd hear footsteps, heavy, deliberate steps walking up and down the hallway at night. Mum would grab the bat and check, but there was never anyone there. Rex would follow the sounds with his eyes, tracking something invisible moving through our house. I developed this intense fear of being alone in any room. At school, I'd have panic attacks if the teacher asked me to take something to the office by myself. At home, I wouldn't even go to the bathroom alone. Sarah or Mum always had to stand outside the door. By the fall of 1998, Mum started having bad luck that went beyond the weird happenings in the house. She got passed over for a promotion she was promised. Her car kept breaking down, with problems mechanics couldn't explain. She developed this persistent cough that doctors couldn't diagnose. Sarah's grades started slipping. She lost interest in swimming, which she'd always loved. She'd wake up with these scratches on her arms that she couldn't explain. I had constant nightmares and started wetting the bed again, something I hadn't done since I was 3. Rex changed too. The playful, gentle dog became constantly vigilant, always on edge. He'd bark at empty corners and refuse to enter certain rooms. He started sleeping pressed up against whoever was most alone. If Mum was in the kitchen and Sarah and I were playing in the living room, he'd stay with Mum. If I was in the bath and Mum and Sarah were watching TV, he'd lie outside the bathroom door. Mum tried to keep things normal. She'd say that all houses make noises, that it was the pipes or the foundations settling. But sometimes I'd catch her staring at the walls with this look of pure dread, like she was waiting for something to come through them. We started spending less time at home. Mum would take extra shifts at the hospital. She enrolled Sarah and me in after-school programs so we wouldn't have to come straight home. On weekends, we'd go to the park, the library, anywhere but that house. When we did have to be home, we stayed in the same room together as much as possible. That night with the candle and the faucet was the first time we couldn't deny something was wrong with our house. Not the last time strange things happened, but the moment when we all knew, even if we didn't say it out loud, that we weren't alone there. We stayed in that house until 2001, 3 more years of unexplained noises, objects moving, and that constant feeling of being watched. Mom finally found a job in another town, and we moved away. Rex seemed like a different dog, almost immediately, playful and relaxed again. The scratches on Sarah's arms healed and never came back. Mom's mysterious health problems cleared up, but even now, 20 years later, I can't hear a faucet turn on without feeling that surge of panic. I never leave candles burning unattended, and sometimes when I'm almost asleep, I swear I can hear something scraping across a counter, and I'm 6 years old again, watching Rex growl at something none of us could see. Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened in my old bedroom at Dad's house in Pinewood. It's been over 15 years, but those memories still freak me out. I've tried to rationalize it. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing explains what happened in that room. I was 11 when I moved into my older sister Ellie's former bedroom after she left for college. It was significantly bigger than my old room, with these cool, slanted ceilings and more space for my stuff. Mom and Dad had divorced a couple years earlier, so I split my time between their houses. Dad had remarried to Linda, and they lived in our original family home in Pinewood, a pretty standard 2-story house built in the 1970s. Nothing special about it from the outside. Ellie had always complained about that room. When I was younger, I thought she was just being dramatic. You know how teenage girls can be. She'd tell us at breakfast that her stereo kept changing volume during the night, or that she'd wake up to find her CDs scattered on the floor when she was certain they'd been on the shelf the night before. Dad would roll his eyes and say the shelves must be uneven, or that she probably bumped into them while half asleep going to the bathroom. I was actually excited to move into the room. It felt like a rite of passage, like I was growing up. Dad helped me move my bed and dresser in, and I spent that first afternoon arranging all my stuff exactly how I wanted it. I put my books on the built-in shelves, hung my posters, mostly soccer players and a few video game characters, and made it mine. That first night, I remember lying in bed feeling so grown up in my new space, but I also remember not sleeping well. I kept waking up throughout the night, feeling like someone was watching me. I chalked it up to being in a new room and thought I'd adjust, but things got weird almost immediately. About a week after moving in, I was lying on my bed reading one of my Donald Duck magazines. It was around 8 in the evening, and I was totally engrossed in this story where Donald and his nephews were exploring some ancient temple. I had the magazine open flat on the bed, and I was on my stomach reading it. I needed to use the bathroom, so I got up and went downstairs to the main bathroom. The upstairs one was being renovated that week. I couldn't have been gone more than 2 or 3 minutes. When I came back to my room, the magazine was gone, just completely vanished. At first I thought maybe it had fallen off the bed, but it wasn't on the floor. I checked under the bed, between the sheets, behind the bed, nowhere. I even checked if it had somehow gotten mixed in with my other comics on the shelf. Nothing. I tore that room apart looking for that stupid magazine. It made no sense. I was the only one upstairs. Dad and Linda were watching TV in the living room downstairs. The windows were closed. There was literally nowhere for that magazine to go. After about 20 minutes of increasingly frantic searching, I gave up and went to bed, confused and a little freaked out. The next morning, I came downstairs for breakfast, still annoyed about my missing magazine. After eating, I went to use the downstairs bathroom, and there it was, my Donald Duck magazine, lying open on top of the small chest of drawers next to the sink, open to the exact same page I'd been reading, positioned exactly as it had been on my bed, spread open, face up. I just stood there staring at it, my heart pounding. There's no way I brought that magazine to the bathroom the night before. No way. I would have remembered that. And even if I somehow had, why wouldn't I have noticed it when I was in there? Why wouldn't Dad or Linda have mentioned it if they'd found it? When I asked them about it at breakfast, they both looked confused and swore they hadn't seen any magazine in the bathroom. Dad joked that maybe I was sleepwalking. Linda suggested I might have absent-mindedly taken it with me and forgotten, but I know I didn't. I know. That night at dinner, I mentioned what happened to Ellie when she called to check in from college. Instead of laughing or dismissing it, she got really quiet. Then she said, "Yeah, stuff like that happened to me all the time in that room. That's why I never slept well there." She told me how her alarm clock would reset itself overnight, how she'd wake up to find her closet door open when she'd definitely closed it before bed, and especially about her stereo system, how she'd set the volume at a specific level before falling asleep, only to wake up in the middle of the night with it blasting at full volume or completely silent. Dad overheard our conversation and rolled his eyes. "Not you too, Oliver. Don't let your sister fill your head with this nonsense." But it wasn't nonsense. Things kept happening. A few months later, Christmas came around. I got this awesome beginner's electric guitar as a present from Dad and Linda. I was so excited and spent hours in my room trying to learn to play. I wasn't very good, mostly just making noise and practicing the few basic chords I'd learned from YouTube tutorials. I couldn't even play a full song yet. That February, I was staying at Mum's place for the weekend, as I usually did. Sunday evening, when I got back to Dad's, both he and Linda were acting weird. They kept exchanging these looks during dinner, and finally Dad cleared his throat and asked, "Oliver, "Have you been practicing your guitar a lot lately?" I shrugged and said, "Kind of. I'm still pretty bad, though." Dad glanced at Linda, and she nodded at him, like she was encouraging him to continue. "Well," he said slowly, "something strange happened yesterday afternoon. Linda and I were downstairs watching a movie when we heard guitar music coming from upstairs. I felt a chill run down my spine. From my room." "Yes," Linda said, her voice quieter than usual. "It sounded like someone was playing your guitar. Not just random notes, but actual music, like an actual song." "At first we thought you'd come home early," Dad continued, "or maybe one of your friends had come over somehow. But when we went upstairs to check, the room was empty." "The guitar was on its stand," Linda added, "but nobody was there." Dad ran his hand through his hair, looking uncomfortable. "The weird thing is, whoever or whatever was playing that guitar was good, really good, much better than me." I finished for him, my mouth dry. "How long did it last?" "Maybe 5 minutes?" Dad looked at Linda, who nodded. We stood in the hallway listening. It was beautiful playing, honestly. Then it just stopped. "We opened the door right after it stopped," Linda said. "Nothing was disturbed. The window was closed. The guitar was exactly where you left it." That night, I didn't want to go to my room. I asked if I could sleep on the couch in the living room, claiming I wanted to finish watching a movie. Dad gave me a look but didn't argue. I think he understood. The next day after school, I stood outside my bedroom door for a full minute before working up the courage to go in. Everything looked normal. My guitar was on its stand in the corner. My backpack was where I'd left it on Friday. My bed was made, Linda's doing. Nothing seemed out of place, but something felt different. Like the air in the room had changed somehow. I grabbed my guitar and brought it downstairs to practice in the living room. Dad raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. I didn't sleep well that night either, lying awake, listening for any sound from the corner where my guitar should have been. After a few more sleepless nights, I finally asked Dad if I could move back to my old, smaller bedroom. He tried to act like it was no big deal, but I could tell he was relieved. We never directly talked about why, but he helped me move my stuff back that weekend. Ellie came home for spring break a few weeks later, and one night when Dad and Linda were out, we sat in the kitchen and finally talked openly about that room. "I never told Dad the worst things," she admitted, stirring her hot chocolate. "He always brushed it off, and I didn't want him to think I was crazy." "Like what?" I asked, both wanting and not wanting to know. "I used to wake up and feel like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. I could feel the mattress dip, Oliver, but no one was there." She shivered. "And sometimes I'd hear whispering, like someone was standing right next to my ear, but I couldn't make out the words." "Did you ever figure out what was happening?" She shook her head. "I asked Linda once if she knew anything about the house's history. She said as far as she knew, nothing tragic had happened here. No deaths or anything. It's just a normal house." "Except for that room," I said quietly. "Except for that room," she agreed. We tried to research the house's history after that, but found nothing unusual. The family before us had lived there for 15 years with no issues. The house wasn't built on any special land that we could determine. There was no obvious explanation. Dad ended up converting that bedroom into a home office after I moved back to my old room. He put a desk in there and his computer. Occasionally, he'd mention that his files would be rearranged overnight, or that his computer would be turned on in the morning when he was sure he'd shut it down. But he always brushed it off as forgetfulness or computer glitches. I'm 27 now and have my own place. Dad and Linda still live in that house, though they've remodeled most of it. That room is a proper guest room now, though nobody stays in it very often. Last Thanksgiving, when the whole family was there, including Ellie and her husband, the subject of that bedroom somehow came up. Dad had had a few beers by then and surprised us all by admitting, "You know, I never liked that room either." always felt colder than the rest of the house. Linda nodded and added, "We still hear things sometimes, not the guitar anymore, but just movements, like someone's walking around in there when the room is empty." I've never been able to explain what happened with my magazine or the guitar. I'm not particularly spiritual, and I don't really believe in ghosts. But I know what I experienced, and I know it wasn't just in my head. Something was in that room with me, with all of us. The guitar incident bothers me the most. Whatever was in that room wasn't just moving objects around, it was creating music. Beautiful music that both Dad and Linda heard clearly. Music that I, the owner of that guitar, wasn't capable of playing. It's like whatever it was wanted to show off, to prove it was there and that it had skills and knowledge beyond what we could explain. I still have that guitar, though I never did learn to play it well. Sometimes when I look at it, I wonder if it would start playing on its own, if I brought it back to that room. Part of me is curious, but a much bigger part of me never wants to find out. Story 3. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. I've always thought of myself as a rational guy who needs evidence to believe in something. But what happened to me last month in my grandmother's townhouse? I still can't explain it. I've replayed it in my head thousands of times, trying to find a logical explanation, but I just can't. I moved from South Carolina to Georgia about 3 months ago. I was starting a new job in Atlanta, and my cousin Ethan suggested I move in with him at our grandmother's place. She'd passed away 2 years earlier, and Ethan had been living there alone since then. The rent in Atlanta is ridiculous, so I jumped at the opportunity. The townhouse is this old 3-story building in a row of identical homes. It's the kind of place that looks charming during the day, brick exterior, decent-sized rooms and lots of natural light. But at night it transforms into something else entirely. I'd visited plenty of times when I was younger, usually for holidays or family gatherings, but I'd never stayed overnight much. Maybe that was a good thing. From the first night I moved in, something felt off about the place. During the day, everything was fine. Ethan and I would hang out, I'd go to work, come home, and it all felt normal. But once the sun went down, the whole vibe of the house changed. The stairwell would become so dark that even with the lights on, shadows seemed to pool in the corners. The windows looked out into absolute nothingness, just pitch black, as if the world outside ceased to exist after dark. The silence was the worst part. You'd think being in a townhouse with shared walls would mean hearing neighbors occasionally, but it was always deathly quiet, like we were completely isolated despite being physically connected to other homes. I mentioned it to Ethan once, and he just shrugged it off, saying, "You get used to it." I tried to adjust, I really did. For about a month I convinced myself it was just an old house with bad lighting and good insulation. Nothing more than that. But then came that night in October. It was a Wednesday. I remember because I had a presentation at work the next day, and I'd been stressing about it all evening. I went to bed around 11, but kept tossing and turning. Ethan and I shared the second largest bedroom on the 3rd floor. We had twin beds on opposite sides of the room, like we were kids at summer camp or something. It wasn't ideal, but it was temporary until I could afford my own place. I must have finally fallen asleep around 1 or 2 in the morning. I woke up when I heard Ethan getting out of bed. Through half-opened eyes, I saw him walk out of our room. I assumed he was going to the bathroom, which was just down the hall. I checked my phone. It was just after 3 a.m. I groaned internally, knowing I had to be up in 3 hours. I was lying there, trying to fall back asleep, when I heard the bedroom door creak open again. In the darkness, I could make out a figure entering our room. It moved slowly, deliberately. I assumed it was Ethan returning from the bathroom. I heard footsteps crossing the room, approaching Ethan's bed, and then the sound of someone lying down, the covers rustling as they settled in. For some reason, I got this sudden urge to mess with him. Maybe it was the sleep deprivation making me punchy, or maybe I was subconsciously trying to break some of the tension I'd been feeling in the house. Either way, I decided I was going to jump out of bed, run out the door, and slam it shut behind me, just to startle him. Childish, I know, but it seemed funny at the time. I waited a few moments, making sure he was settled, then quickly threw off my covers and darted out of the room. Once in the hallway, I closed the door and pressed my ear against it, waiting to hear his reaction. I expected a, "What the hell, Marcus," or some curse word, but there was nothing, complete silence. That's when I heard it, the sound of a toilet flushing from the bathroom behind me. My whole body went cold. If Ethan was in the bathroom, then who the hell had just climbed into his bed? "Ethan?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah?" he responded from inside the bathroom. I swear my heart stopped for a full second. "Are you in there?" "Where else would I be?" he said, sounding confused. I heard water running as he washed his hands. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. If Ethan was in the bathroom, then someone or something else had entered our bedroom and was now lying in his bed. And I was standing in the pitch-black hallway, possibly between them. I was frozen in place, my back pressed against the wall opposite our bedroom door. The bathroom door opened, and Ethan stepped out, looking annoyed. "Why are you standing in the dark like a creep?" he asked, reaching for the hallway light switch. I grabbed his arm before he could turn it on. "There's someone in your bed," I whispered. "What? Stop messing around, man." "I'm serious," I hissed. "I saw someone come into our room and get into your bed while you were in the bathroom." Ethan stared at me for a long moment, probably trying to determine if I was pranking him or having some kind of mental breakdown. But something in my face must have convinced him I was serious. "Are you sure?" he whispered back. I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. "The baseball bat is in the closet," he said quietly. We stood there for a moment, neither of us wanting to go back into that room. Finally, Ethan took a deep breath and said, "I'll go first. You stay behind me." Slowly, we crept toward our bedroom door. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whoever was in there could hear it. Ethan carefully turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The room was exactly as dark as we'd left it. He reached around the doorframe and flipped on the floor lamp we kept by the door. Light flooded the room, revealing nothing. Ethan's bed was empty. The covers were slightly disturbed, but there was no one there. "I swear to God, Ethan," I said, my voice shaking. "Someone came in here. I saw them lie down in your bed." Ethan moved cautiously into the room, looking around. I followed, checking under the beds, in the closet, behind the door, anywhere someone could hide. There was no one there. "The windows," Ethan said suddenly, moving toward them. Both windows were open about 6 inches, letting in the cool October air. We always kept them cracked at night. The heating system in the old house was unpredictable, and it could get stuffy. But we were on the 3rd floor. The only thing outside those windows was a straight drop down to the concrete patio below. There was a divider between backyards about 10 feet away, but it would take an Olympic-level athlete to make that jump, especially from a window. "Maybe you were dreaming," Ethan suggested, but I could tell he didn't fully believe that. "Or sleepwalking." I shook my head. "I was wide awake. I saw someone come in and lie down in your bed." We stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in the living room with all the lights on, not talking much. I think we were both trying to come up with rational explanations for what had happened, but failing. The next morning, we did a thorough search of the house. All doors were locked from the inside. There were no signs of forced entry. The windows in our bedroom were the only ones open, and as we'd already established, it would be nearly impossible for someone to exit that way without seriously injuring themselves. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could focus on my presentation after what happened. Ethan and I spent the day installing new locks on our bedroom door and securing the windows better. We even set up an old webcam as a makeshift security camera. That night, neither of us wanted to sleep in that room, but we also didn't want to admit how scared we were. So we compromised. We moved our mattresses to the living room and slept there with the TV on all night. We told ourselves it was temporary, just until we felt secure again. But I never felt secure in that house again. For the next few weeks I slept with one eye open. Every creak, every shadow had me on edge. I started looking for a new place immediately, even though my finances weren't ready for it. What bothers me most is not knowing what I saw that night. If someone had broken in, where did they go? How did they disappear so quickly? And why pretend to be Ethan? Why lie down in his bed? The only logical explanation I can come up with is that I was half asleep and imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I was fully awake when I heard the door open and watched that figure cross our room. I heard the bed creak as they lay down. I moved out 2 weeks ago, found a tiny studio apartment that costs way too much, but at least I can sleep through the night now. Ethan's still living in our grandmother's townhouse, though he admits he keeps all the lights on at night now. He says nothing else has happened, but sometimes when we talk on the phone, I can hear something in his voice, the same unease I felt while living there. I've tried researching the history of the building, looking for stories of previous occupants or any tragedies that might have occurred there. So far, I haven't found anything unusual. It was built in the 60s, and our grandmother purchased it in the early 80s. As far as I know, nothing terrible ever happened there. Yet something was in our room that night, something that wanted to pretend it was my cousin. And I have no idea what would have happened if I hadn't left the room when I did. I still think about it every night before I fall asleep, about how the figure moved in the darkness, about how confidently it navigated our room as if it had done it 100 times before, about how it knew exactly which bed was Ethan's. And sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I wonder, what if it wasn't the first time? What if that thing had been pretending to be my cousin on other nights too, lying there in the darkness while I slept, unaware? I don't think I'll ever know what happened that night. But one thing's for sure. I'm never spending another night in that townhouse. And honestly, I wish Ethan would leave too, because whatever was in our room that night is still there, waiting in the darkness. And sooner or later, it's going to pretend to be him again. Story 4. I don't really know where to start with this. I've never told anyone outside my current foster family about what happened back then. I guess I need to get it off my chest because it still affects me, even though I'm 21 now. When I was 13, I lived with the Millers in rural Pennsylvania. It was their big country house about 40 minutes from the nearest town, surrounded by fields and woods. The place was nice enough, 2 stories, 4 bedrooms, a big kitchen where Mrs. Miller would bake cookies every Sunday. My foster brother Kevin was 15 at the time. We shared a room with twin beds on the 2nd floor that faced the road and the cemetery across from our property. I'd bounced between 3 foster homes before landing with the Millers, so I was used to adjusting to new places. They were strict but fair. Very religious, church every Sunday, grace before meals, Bible study on Wednesday nights. Mr. Miller worked as an insurance agent in town, and Mrs. Miller homeschooled us. Kevin had been with them since he was 10. The weird stuff started about 2 months after I moved in. Nothing dramatic at first, just this feeling that someone was watching me when I was trying to fall asleep. Kevin and I would stay up playing Halo or Dead Space on the Xbox until Mrs. Miller made us turn it off around 9:30. Then we'd lie in our beds in the dark, talking about school or whatever, until we fell asleep. One night in October, I remember because we had just put up Halloween decorations. I was almost asleep when I heard what sounded like someone taking a deep breath right next to my ear. I shot up and looked around, but Kevin was already snoring and nobody else was there. I figured I was just drifting off and imagined it. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after. It wasn't just breathing. Sometimes it was whispering, too faint to make out actual words. Like someone was trying to tell me something, but couldn't quite get the volume right. I finally mentioned it to Kevin after about a week. "You hear it too?" he asked, looking relieved. I thought I was going crazy. We tried to figure out what could be causing it. Our room had these old heating vents that made noise when they kicked on, so we stuffed socks in them to see if that helped. It didn't. We thought maybe it was the wind coming through the window frame, so we sealed it with tape. Still, nothing changed. We even rearranged our furniture, moving our beds to different walls to see if it was something in the structure of the house. I switched to the bed Kevin had been using, and he took mine. The sounds followed me. That's when I started getting really freaked out. The whispering was bad enough, but then I started feeling something pushing against the bottom of my mattress at night. Like someone was under the bed, pressing upward with their hands. The first time it happened, I froze completely. I couldn't even call out to Kevin. It was like this firm pressure moving slowly from the foot of the bed toward the middle, then stopping. I laid there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to look. When I finally got up the courage to peek over the edge of the bed, nothing, just the hardwood floor and some dust bunnies. I convinced myself it was just the mattress springs settling, but it kept happening 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes it would happen multiple times in one night. I'd feel the pressure start at the foot of the bed, move toward the middle, stop for a few seconds, then move back down. I started sleeping with the covers pulled tight around me, even though the room would get hot at night. The worst was when Kevin went to stay at his grandparents' for a weekend in November. I was alone in our room, and around midnight, I heard what sounded like someone sighing, this deep, exhausted sigh, coming from under his empty bed. Then there were creaks, like someone turning over, trying to get comfortable. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat up with my back against the headboard, the bedside lamp on, until morning. I never told the Millers what was happening. They were good people, but they were super religious and didn't believe in ghosts or anything occult. Once Kevin got in trouble just for having a book about aliens, I was afraid they'd think I was making it up for attention or that something was wrong with me. Kevin felt the same way, so we kept it to ourselves, this secret that was slowly driving us crazy. We tried to investigate on our own. The house was old, built in the 1930s, so we thought maybe someone had died there. We searched online at the library when Mrs. Miller took us into town, but couldn't find anything about deaths in the house. The only thing that stood out was the cemetery across the road. It wasn't big or fancy, just a small local graveyard with maybe 50 or 60 headstones, most of them old and worn. Some dates went back to the 1800s. One day in late November, Kevin and I walked over there after our schoolwork was done. It was getting dark early by then, and the grey sky made everything look washed out and eerie. We checked the names on the gravestones, wondering if any of them had some connection to us or the house. There was nothing obvious, though there were a few graves of children, which gave me chills. One was for a boy named James, same as me, who died in 1912 at age 14. Seeing my name and almost my age carved in stone made me feel sick. December came, and things got worse. The breathing sounds became more frequent, and the whispering got a little louder, though still not clear enough to understand. I started having nightmares about someone under my bed, reaching up through the mattress to grab me. I was sleeping less and less, and my schoolwork was suffering. Mrs. Miller thought I was just being lazy. The pushing on my mattress got more aggressive too. Instead of slow movements, it would sometimes be sharp jabs, like someone was punching upward. Once it was so hard that I actually bounced a little. Kevin saw it happen and went completely white. "We need to tell them," he said. But before we could work up the courage, something happened that kind of forced the issue. It was a Tuesday afternoon, 2 weeks before Christmas. Kevin and I were in town with Mrs. Miller doing some shopping. Mr. Miller was at work. Nobody was home. When we got back around 4 in the afternoon, Mr. Miller's car was in the driveway. He'd come home early because Mrs. Miller had called and told him to check the house. She'd gotten a call from a neighbor who heard loud noises coming from our place. Mr. Miller met us at the door, looking confused and a little angry. "Did you boys leave something on in your room?" he asked. "Some kind of game or radio?" We looked at each other and shook our heads. Well, something was making noise up there. Mrs. Dawson next door called your mother because she heard what sounded like someone slamming stuff around in the upstairs bedroom. She thought we might have a break-in. My stomach dropped. Kevin looked like he was going to be sick. I checked the whole house, Mr. Miller continued. Nothing's disturbed, no sign of anyone breaking in, but that room was cold as ice even though the heat was on, and there was this smell. What smell? Mrs. Miller asked. He shook his head, like something rotten, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. It's gone now. That night at dinner, Kevin finally broke. He told the Millers everything, the breathing, the whispering, the pressure on my bed. I filled in details as he talked. I expected them to be skeptical or tell us we were imagining things, but they just got very quiet. How long has this been happening? Mrs. Miller finally asked. Since October, I said. Mr. Miller looked at his wife. That's when the electric bills started spiking, remember? I thought it was just because of the colder weather. They asked us more questions, exactly where we heard the sounds, what times of night, if we ever saw anything. We told them everything we could remember. Mr. Miller didn't seem angry anymore, just concerned. I need to tell you boys something, he said after we'd finished. This isn't the first time we've had problems in a house. He explained that they'd lived in 2 other houses before this one. Both had burned down. The first time was before Kevin came to live with them. They'd been fostering a girl named Ellie, and their house caught fire in the middle of the night. Everyone got out safely, but the house was destroyed. The fire department said it was electrical. The second fire happened about a year after Kevin arrived. Again, it started in the middle of the night, and again, everyone escaped. That time, the cause was ruled undetermined. Both houses had been in different counties, which is why no one had connected the dots. We never experienced anything like what you're describing before the fires, Mrs. Miller said. But maybe we just weren't paying attention. I could tell they were spooked, but trying not to show it. Mr. Miller said he'd call their pastor in the morning to come bless the house. In the meantime, he asked if we wanted to sleep in the living room. We did. The next day was weird. The pastor came and went through each room with holy water, saying prayers. Kevin and I watched from the hallway as he did our bedroom. Nothing dramatic happened, no screams or flying objects like in the movies, but I swear the temperature dropped while he was in there. I could see his breath in the air. That night, we slept in our room again, and for the first time in months, it was quiet. No breathing, no whispers. I actually got a full night's sleep. The next night was the same. We thought whatever it was had been banished by the blessing. We were wrong. 2 days later, on Friday, we left for a weekend trip to visit Mrs. Miller's sister for an early Christmas celebration. It was about 3 hours away, and we planned to stay until Sunday. We packed up the car that morning and left around 10 o'clock. We were at Mrs. Miller's sister's house when the call came. It was around 4 in the afternoon. A neighbor had called the fire department after seeing smoke coming from our house. By the time the trucks arrived, the place was engulfed. They couldn't save it. The fire marshal later determined it had started in our bedroom. The official report said undetermined cause. But one of the firefighters told Mr. Miller off the record that it was the strangest fire he'd ever seen. It had burned extremely hot in our room, hot enough to melt the metal bed frames, but nowhere else, like it had started in multiple places simultaneously. We never went back there. The Millers put me and Kevin up in a hotel while they figured out what to do next. 2 weeks later, I was moved to another foster home across the state. I've never seen Kevin or the Millers since, though we exchanged a few letters in the first year. That was 8 years ago, but I still can't sleep with my bed against a wall. I need to be able to see underneath it from all sides. I sleep with a nightlight, and I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear breathing next to my ear. The thing that haunts me most isn't the fire or even the sounds. It's something I never told anyone, not even Kevin. The night before we left on that trip, I woke up around 2 in the morning. The whispering was back, but this time it was clearer. Just 3 words. repeated over and over, burning again, soon. I told myself I was dreaming. Now I wonder if I'd said something. Could we have prevented it? Could we have stopped whatever was happening? Or would it have just followed us to the next house and the next? I've researched it since then. I found out the cemetery across from our house contained the remains of a family who died in a house fire in the early 1900s. The parents and 2 children, including that boy named James, who was my age. The cause of the fire was never determined. I don't know what was in that house with us. I don't know why it targeted me specifically, or why the Millers seemed to carry this curse from house to house. I just know that whatever it was, it's still out there. And sometimes, late at night, I still feel like something's pushing up from under my bed. Story 5. I still get goosebumps every time I think about that day last summer. I'm reluctant to even write this down, because I know how it sounds. Trust me, if someone told me this story a year ago, I'd think they were making it up, or needed serious help. But I swear on everything I care about, this happened exactly as I'm about to describe it. For context, I'm 19 and live with my dad and his girlfriend in Ridgewood. It's a nice enough neighborhood, nothing special or weird about it. Our house is pretty standard, 2 stories, 3 bedrooms, built in the early 90s. We've been here for about 4 years now. My mum lives across town, and my older sister moved out last year for college. That Saturday in July started like any normal day. Dad and his girlfriend Melissa told me over breakfast they were driving to that huge auto mall 2 hours away to look at new cars. Dad's Camry had been making weird noises, and Melissa had been wanting to upgrade her Civic for months. They left around 9 in the morning, and I had the house to myself. I spent most of the day being lazy, watched some Netflix, scrolled through TikTok for probably way too long, and FaceTimed with my friend Hannah about her latest dating disaster. Around 4 in the afternoon, I decided to finally shower since I was meeting friends for dinner at 6. Our bathroom is at the end of the upstairs hallway. I took a long, hot shower, probably 20 minutes or so. The water pressure in our house is amazing, one of the few things about the place I genuinely love. I had my music playing from my phone on the sink counter, and I was completely zoned out, singing along to my playlist. I had just turned off the water and was reaching for my towel when I heard it, the mechanical whirring of our garage door opening. At first, I didn't think much of it. Dad and Melissa must have finished car shopping early and come back. I wrapped the towel around myself, still dripping wet, and called out, "I'm upstairs, be down in a sec." No one answered, but I could hear movement downstairs. Then I heard the sound that made the hair on my arm stand up, the distinctive click-clack of Melissa's boots on our tile entryway. If you've ever lived with someone long enough, you know how you can recognize their specific footsteps. Melissa is pretty short, around 5'2", and she wears these heeled boots everywhere to compensate. She walks with this specific rhythm because of it, slightly uneven, putting more weight on her left foot. It's so distinctive I could pick it out of a crowd. I even heard what sounded like my dad's low murmur and Melissa's higher-pitched response, that back-and-forth cadence of their usual conversations. I couldn't make out specific words, just the familiar pattern of their voices. "I'll be right down," I called again, quickly towel-drying my hair. I slipped on my robe, hanging on the bathroom door, and headed toward the stairs, leaving wet footprints on the carpet. That's when things got weird. As I approached the top of the stairs, the voices downstairs stopped. "Dad!" I called down. No answer. I started down the stairs, the wood creaking under my bare feet. Our entryway and living room were completely empty. "Melissa?" I tried again. Nothing. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with being wet from the shower. I checked the kitchen, empty. The dining room, empty. My dad's office, empty. Maybe they went right back out to the garage? But I hadn't heard the garage door close again. I walked to the door connecting our kitchen to the garage and opened it. The garage was dark and completely empty, both parking spaces vacant. No cars, no people. My heart started racing. I double-checked the front door, locked from the inside. The back sliding door, also locked from the inside. I even checked all the first-floor windows, locked. I went back upstairs, checking my room, my dad's room, the guest room. Nothing. The house was completely empty except for me. By this point, I was seriously freaking out. I wasn't just hearing things. I know I heard the garage door open. That mechanical sound is unmistakable. And I definitely heard Melissa's distinctive footsteps and their voices. I called my dad's cell phone with shaking hands. He answered on the fourth ring. "Hey, Soph, what's up?" "Where are you guys right now?" My voice was trembling. "Still at the dealership," he said. I could hear the background noise of the showroom. "Melissa's test driving an Accord. Will probably be another hour at least. Everything okay?" My blood went cold. You guys didn't just come home and then leave again?" "No, we've been here the whole time. Why?" I tried to keep my voice steady as I told him I thought I'd heard them come home. He suggested maybe it was the neighbor's garage I heard, or a delivery person at the door. But I know what I heard, and it wasn't the first time something like this had happened in our house. After hanging up with Dad, I got dressed in record time, no longer comfortable being alone. As I pulled on my jeans, my hands still shaking, I remembered all the other weird things that had happened here. About 6 months ago, my sister Olivia was home alone while visiting from college. She texted our family group chat, asking why nobody told her we were coming back when she was napping. She heard the garage door open, the interior door to the house open, footsteps and voices. She came downstairs to find nobody there, the garage empty, and all doors locked. Dad's had his own experiences too. 3 times now, he's spotted what he thought were people on our property at around 3 in the morning. Once, he saw what looked like a man standing by our back fence. Dad grabbed a baseball bat and went to investigate, but by the time he got to the back door, the figure was gone. He said it was like the person just vanished. Our yard isn't that big, and there's nowhere someone could hide that quickly. The gate was still locked from the inside. Another time, Dad and I both heard what sounded like Melissa coming in the front door, calling out, "I'm home!" and dropping her keys on the entryway table. Her exact routine every day after work. We both went to greet her, only to find no one there. 10 minutes later, the real Melissa actually did arrive home. When we told her what happened, she got this strange look on her face and admitted she'd experienced the same thing, hearing what sounded like Dad coming home, complete with his habit of sighing loudly as he took off his shoes, only to find the house empty. After I got dressed, I went through the entire house again, this time opening every closet, checking under every bed, even looking behind the shower curtain like I was in some bad horror movie. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I needed to be absolutely certain no one had somehow broken in. I even went outside to check that the gate to our backyard was still locked from the inside. It was. I ended up leaving for my dinner plans an hour early. I couldn't stand being in that house alone anymore. At the restaurant, I told my friends what happened, and they all had the expected reactions, asking if I was sure I wasn't imagining it, suggesting it was neighbors or the TV I'd forgotten was on, but I know what I heard. When Dad and Melissa came home that night, for real this time, I told them everything. To my surprise, they weren't as dismissive as my friends. Dad got quiet and said, "It's happening more frequently now." That's when Melissa opened up about all the things she'd been experiencing but had kept to herself. Hearing footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs, seeing shadows move from the corner of her eye, the distinct feeling of someone standing behind her when she was alone in a room. My dad finally admitted that before we moved in, the realtor had mentioned in passing that the previous owners had left suddenly after less than a year. Dad never thought much of it until now. He tried calling the realtor the next day, but the guy had moved agencies and no one seemed to have his contact info. We've talked about moving, but housing prices have gone up so much that we can't afford to go anywhere else in the area. Besides, as Dad puts it, the walls don't bleed and nothing's tried to hurt us. It's like living with a weird roommate who mimics us. Unsettling, but not dangerous. Since that day, I've noticed the mimicking happens most often when someone is expected to come home, but isn't there yet. Like the house is anticipating our arrival and gets impatient. I know how crazy that sounds. Last week I was studying for finals when I heard my dad come in through the garage door. I heard his heavy steps, the refrigerator door opening, he always grabs a beer first thing, and the sound of him sitting in his recliner, the leather creaking in that specific way. I called out to ask how his day was. No answer. When I went to the living room, empty. The garage was empty. Dad was still at work. The worst part is, we're getting used to it. That's what really scares me. We've started saying things like, "Oh, that's just the house doing its thing again," when we hear phantom footsteps or voices. We've normalized something that should never be normal. I've researched everything from carbon monoxide poisoning to infrasound to shared psychosis, but nothing quite fits what we're experiencing. Carbon monoxide detectors show normal readings. We don't all hallucinate at the same time, and some of the sounds are so specific, like Melissa's distinctive walk, that it can't be random house-settling noises. Is our house haunted? Maybe, but it doesn't feel like ghosts. It feels like the house itself is learning our patterns, our sounds, our voices, imitating us. Sometimes I think the house is lonely when we're not here, so it creates versions of us to keep itself company. I'm writing this from my bedroom. Dad and Melissa are downstairs watching TV. I can hear their laughter floating up through the floor. At least I think it's them. I should probably go check. But what if I go downstairs and find the living room empty? Or worse, what if I go downstairs and find them there, but then get a call from Dad saying they're still at the grocery store? The scariest thought that keeps me up at night. What if one day the mimicking becomes so perfect that we can't tell the difference between the real people and whatever our house is creating? What happens when the copy becomes indistinguishable from the original? I just heard the garage door open again. Dad and Melissa aren't supposed to be going anywhere tonight. I should go check. But I'm afraid of what I might find. Story 6. I still get chills just thinking about that house on Elm Street in Knoxville. It's been 3 years, and I've never shared this with anyone outside my family. I guess I needed time to process everything that happened there. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything paranormal. I've always been pretty down to earth. My partner Jesse would tell you the same. After I finished my 6-month sentence for a stupid mistake I made, driving with a suspended license, if you're wondering, all I wanted was to get back on track with my life. Jesse had been amazing through it all, taking care of our son Jason, who was just 4 months old when I went in. When I got out, we needed a place fast. Our previous landlord had rented out our apartment, and we were staying with Jesse's mom temporarily. It wasn't ideal. Her place was tiny, and the tension was building every day. So, when we found this small rental house for $650 a month, it seemed perfect. It was just 700 square feet, but it had 2 bedrooms and was in our price range. The landlord didn't seem to care about my record, which was a relief after getting rejected from 5 other places. The day we moved in, I remember feeling oddly uneasy. It wasn't anything specific at first, just a weird vibe. The house was old, probably built in the 50s, with wood paneling everywhere and this really dark brown carpet that made everything feel cramped. The previous tenants had clearly been smokers. You could smell it in the walls. The first night was when I noticed something was off. We'd set up Jason's crib in the 2nd bedroom and our mattress in the master bedroom. We didn't have curtains yet, and I kept feeling like someone was watching me through the window. I'd look outside and see nothing but darkness, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Do you feel that? I asked Jessie as we were lying in bed. Feel what? She whispered, already half asleep. I don't know. Like something's watching us. It's just a new place, she mumbled. You'll get used to it. But I didn't get used to it. If anything, it got worse. During that first week, I'd wake up at exactly 3:15 every morning, heart pounding, feeling like someone had just been standing over me. The darkness in that bedroom was different than normal darkness. It was heavier somehow, like it was pressing down on you. We were about a month into living there when the really scary stuff started happening with Jason. He'd been sleeping through the night pretty well since he was 6 months old, so we had a routine. Bath, bottle, bed by 8 o'clock. He'd usually sleep straight through until 6 in the morning. One night, around 11, we heard him making these awful choking sounds through the baby monitor. Not normal crying. This was different. It was like he was gasping for air between screams. Jesse ran to his room before I could even get out of bed. When I got there, Jason was sitting up in his crib, his face bright red, tears streaming down his cheeks. His eyes were wide open with this look of pure terror I've never seen on a baby's face before or since. What happened, buddy? I picked him up, and he clung to me, his little body trembling. Did you have a bad dream? Jesse rubbed his back while I carried him to the living room. Within minutes, he calmed down. His breathing returned to normal, and his eyes started drooping. We figured it was just a nightmare and took him back to his crib. Less than an hour later, the same thing happened. Choking sounds, gasping, screaming. This time, when I got to his room, he was pressed against the corner of his crib, as far away from the closet as he could get, pointing and babbling frantically at something I couldn't see. We brought him to the living room again. Just like before, he calmed down almost immediately. Jesse and I looked at each other, both thinking the same thing but afraid to say it out loud. Something about that bedroom was terrifying our son. We decided to let him sleep with us that night. The next day, I checked his room thoroughly, looking for anything that might scare him. Shadows from the streetlights, noises from pipes, nothing seemed obvious. That night we tried putting him in his crib again. Same result, screaming and choking within an hour. This became a pattern over the next few weeks. We'd put him to bed, he'd seem fine, then suddenly he'd start making those horrible sounds. In the living room, he was perfectly happy. In his bedroom, he was terrified. Jesse started sleeping on a makeshift bed in the living room with Jason. I stayed in the bedroom, telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was the air quality in that room, or some noise the baby could hear but we couldn't. Then it started happening to me too. It was about 6 weeks after we moved in. Jesse and Jason were sleeping in the living room. I was alone in the bedroom, trying to get some rest before my early shift at work. I remember drifting off, and then suddenly feeling like I couldn't breathe. My eyes snapped open, but I couldn't move. Not my arms, not my legs, nothing. It felt like something heavy was sitting on my chest, pressing down. Worse than that, I could feel hands, actual hands, covering my mouth. I tried to scream, but all that came out was this pathetic whimpering sound. My heart was racing so fast, I thought it might explode. The pressure on my chest grew heavier, and the room seemed to get darker, if that was even possible. I couldn't turn my head, but from the corner of my eye, I could sense something moving in the shadows. With every ounce of strength I had, I managed to move my arm just enough to hit Jessie's side of the bed, forgetting she wasn't even there. That's when everything went black. I woke up gasping for air, sweat soaking through my t-shirt. The clock read 3:15. I stumbled into the living room, probably looking like a madman. Jessie sat up immediately. "Nathan, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost." I told her everything. The weight on my chest, the hands over my mouth, the inability to move. She looked concerned, but not surprised. "It sounds like sleep paralysis," she said. "My cousin used to get it. It's like your mind wakes up before your body does. Sleep paralysis. I'd never heard of it, but knowing there was a name for it made me feel slightly better. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something different, something worse. "I'll watch over you tomorrow night," Jesse promised. "If it happens again, I'll wake you up." The next night, Jesse sat up reading while I tried to sleep. Sure enough, around 3 in the morning, it happened again. The pressure, the hands, the terror. Through the fog of panic, I heard Jesse's voice calling my name, felt her shaking my shoulders. When I finally broke free from the paralysis, she was staring at me with wide, frightened eyes. "You were making these awful sounds," she whispered, "like something was strangling you." After that, I joined them in the living room. None of us went into the bedrooms anymore except to grab clothes during daylight hours. We turned the living room into our entire living space, sleeping, eating, everything. The house itself seemed to be fighting us. It was always cold, unnaturally cold. The furnace ran constantly, and our gas bill shot up to $250 a month, ridiculous for a place that small. We sealed every window and door, but still felt drafts coming from nowhere. The worst part was the feeling of being watched, all the time. Even in the bathroom, I'd feel eyes on me. Jessie felt it too, though she tried to stay strong for Jason and me. We started keeping lights on constantly. The dark corners of that house seemed to move somehow. Then came the night that finally broke us. It was a Thursday in late November, about 3 months after we moved in. Jason was asleep on his blanket on the floor. Jessie had dozed off on the couch. I was watching TV, trying to distract myself from the constant feeling of dread that had become our normal. Around midnight, I turned off the TV, planning to try to sleep. As the screen went dark, the corner of the living room, the one furthest from any windows or light sources, seemed to get darker. Not just regular darkness, but a concentrated blackness. I stared at it, unable to look away. The darkness began to take shape. It formed into something tall, impossibly tall, at least 8 feet, almost touching our ceiling. It looked like those pictures of the Grim Reaper you see around Halloween, a hooded figure with a long, flowing cloak. But there was no face inside that hood, just more darkness. And in its hand was something long and curved, like a scythe or sickle. This thing was darker than midnight, darker than anything I've ever seen. It didn't move toward me. It just stood there, watching. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. Every instinct in my body was screaming danger in a way I can't explain. After what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, I lunged for the TV remote and turned it back on. Light flooded the room, and the figure vanished instantly. My heart was threatening to beat out of my chest when Jessie suddenly sat bolt upright on the couch. "Did you see that?" she gasped, her voice barely audible. My blood turned to ice. "See what?" "In the corner." She pointed to the exact spot where I'd seen the figure. There was something standing there, something tall and dark, like a person in a cloak. That was it. That was the moment everything changed. One person seeing something can be explained away, imagination, sleep deprivation, stress. But 2 people independently seeing the exact same thing. There's no rational explanation for that. Without saying another word, we started grabbing our essential belongings, clothes, diapers, formula for Jason. We didn't even discuss it. We just knew we had to leave. Right then, in the middle of the night, as I was loading stuff into our car, I swear I could feel that thing watching us from the windows. The air around the house seemed to pulse with malice. Jason, who had been sound asleep, woke up and started wailing as soon as Jessie carried him past the front door, like something was trying to keep him there. We drove straight to a motel and spent the night there, all 3 of us crammed into one bed, lights blazing. The next morning I called the landlord and told him we were breaking our lease. I didn't even care about the security deposit. There was no way we were going back into that house, not even to get the rest of our stuff. A week later, after we'd found a new apartment, I drove by the old house out of some morbid curiosity. There was already a "for rent" sign in the yard. I wonder if the landlord ever has trouble keeping tenants in that place. It's been 3 years now, and we've never experienced anything like that again. Jason doesn't remember it, thankfully. He was too young, but Jesse and I still have nightmares. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3:15 in the morning, my heart racing, certain that if I open my eyes, I'll see that hooded figure standing over me. I don't know what was in that house. I don't want to know. But whatever it wasn't just after me or Jesse. It wanted our son, and that's the thought that still keeps me awake at night. For anyone who might read this and think I'm making it up or exaggerating, I wish I was. Before that house, I didn't believe in anything supernatural. Now, I'm not so sure. All I know is that what happened in that house on Elm Street was real, and it changed us forever. I still can't explain it. I probably never will. Story 7. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or any of that supernatural stuff. Or at least I wasn't until 3 months ago when Ethan and I moved into our rental in Westbrook. The house seemed perfect when we first saw it. Nothing fancy, just an older home that had been converted into a rental property. The rent was reasonable, the location was convenient for both our jobs, and it had this cute little backyard that I immediately fell in love with. The landlord mentioned it was built sometime in the 1930s, but it had been renovated about 5 years ago. Nothing about it screamed haunted house or anything like that. The first week was totally normal. We were busy unpacking, arranging furniture, and making the place feel like home. I remember telling my mom over the phone how happy I was with our choice. Ethan and I were excited to finally have our own place after spending 2 years in that cramped apartment downtown. It was during the second week that I first noticed something off. I was alone in the house. Ethan was working late, and I heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the hallway outside our bedroom. Not loud, heavy footsteps, but the unmistakable sound of someone walking slowly across the old wooden floors. I called out Ethan's name, thinking maybe he'd come home early, but got no response. I convinced myself it was just the house settling. Old houses make noise, right? That's what everyone says. The floorboards contract and expand with temperature changes. Pipes rattle. It's normal. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always when I was alone, always in that same hallway. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like whispering, not clear enough to make out words, but definitely human-like. I mentioned it casually to Ethan, but he just shrugged it off. Old houses make noise, babe. You're just not used to it yet. I tried to believe him. I really did. But something in my gut told me this wasn't normal house noise. About 3 weeks after we moved in, my best friend Kelly came over for wine and a movie night while Ethan was at his weekly poker game. We were halfway through our second glass when she suddenly went quiet, her eyes fixed on the hallway behind me. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. My stomach dropped. Hear what? It sounded like someone walking and then whispering something. She looked genuinely freaked out. I tried to play it cool. "Oh yeah, the house makes weird noises sometimes. I'm used to it." But Kelly wasn't convinced. "How do you feel safe here alone?" "That didn't sound like a house settling, Maya. That sounded like a person." I changed the subject quickly, but after she left, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Kelly had heard it too. I wasn't imagining things. The next weekend, I brought my cat Luna from my parents' house. They'd been keeping her temporarily while we settled in. I thought having her around would make me feel safer, less alone when Ethan was out. Plus, I missed her like crazy. Luna had always been a chill cat, affectionate but independent, never clingy or nervous. But from the moment I brought her inside our Westbrook house, she was different. She wouldn't settle, pacing around the living room, her tail swishing in that agitated way cats have when they're upset. "She just needs time to adjust," Ethan said, barely looking up from his video game. But Luna didn't adjust. If anything, her behavior got stranger. She refused to go down certain hallways. She'd stare into empty corners of the room, her eyes wide, pupils dilated, tracking something invisible. Sometimes she'd arch her back and hiss at absolutely nothing. Then came the night terrors. Luna started waking me up in the middle of the night, standing on my chest, meowing frantically. The first time it happened, I thought she was hungry or needed her litter box changed. But when I got up to check, everything was fine. She just kept pacing around, looking behind me and meowing. This happened 3 nights in a row. Each time, Luna would wake me up, staring wildly at something over my shoulder or behind my head. Each time I'd look and see nothing. But the air felt different, heavier somehow, colder, even though we keep the thermostat at 72 degrees. I've had sleep paralysis before, that terrifying experience where you wake up but can't move, often with hallucinations of someone in the room with you. But this wasn't that. I could move freely. I was fully awake, and Luna was reacting to something too. The first truly terrifying incident happened about a month after we moved in. I had to wake up early for work. I'm a nurse, and I was on the early shift that day. It was around 4:30 in the morning, still dark outside. I was trying to catch a few more minutes of sleep when Luna jumped on the bed and started pawing at my face, meowing urgently. I opened my eyes, annoyed at first, then confused. The walls of our bedroom seemed to be flickering. No, not quite flickering. It was as if words were being written across them in faint, blinking light. I sat up, fully awake now, heart pounding. The writing was moving too fast for me to read it, appearing and disappearing across all 4 walls of our bedroom. I reached over to wake Ethan, but he was dead to the world, snoring softly. Luna was standing at the foot of the bed, her back arched, staring at the walls. This went on for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped as suddenly as it had started. I spent the rest of the night on the couch with Luna curled up tightly against me. When I told Ethan about it in the morning, he suggested I'd been dreaming. "You were half asleep, Maya. Your brain was probably still in dream mode." But I knew I hadn't been dreaming. Luna had seen it too, I was sure of it. For the next couple of weeks, things were relatively quiet. No more light shows on the walls, at least. But the footsteps continued, and sometimes I'd hear what sounded like someone quietly opening and closing drawers in rooms I wasn't in. I started to dread being alone in the house. Then came the second incident, the one that's made me seriously consider breaking our lease and moving out, no matter what it costs us. It was a Tuesday night. Ethan was in the living room with his headset on, playing some online game with his friends, completely oblivious to anything else around him as usual. I'd gone to bed early because I had another morning shift the next day. I was lying on my side, scrolling through my phone, when I felt something press down on the mattress near my feet. I immediately thought it was Luna jumping up to sleep with me. She often does that. But when I looked down, there was nothing there. Yet I could still feel the pressure on the mattress, like someone was sitting on the edge of the bed. I froze, my whole body going cold with fear. I tried to tell myself it was just Luna, that she'd jumped off before I looked, but then the pressure moved slightly, like someone shifting their weight. My heart was racing so fast, I thought I might be having a panic attack. I couldn't call out to Ethan. He wouldn't hear me over his game and his friends chatting in his ears. I was paralyzed with fear for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. Finally, I managed to shake my leg under the blanket, where I felt the pressure. Immediately, the weight lifted, not like a cat jumping off the bed, but like somebody lifting their hand after you nudge it away. I yanked my feet up toward my body and sat up, scanning the room. Nothing, no one. Just my empty bedroom, the door closed exactly as I'd left it. Luna wasn't even in the room. Later, I found her sleeping on the couch. I grabbed my phone and ran to the living room where Ethan was still engrossed in his game. I was shaking, on the verge of tears, but he just gave me an annoyed look when I tapped his shoulder. "What? I'm in the middle of a raid," he said, pulling one side of his headset away from his ear. Something was in our bedroom," I stammered. "On the bed. I felt it." He sighed, the way he always does when he thinks I'm overreacting. "It was probably just Luna, or you were falling asleep and imagined it." "It wasn't Luna, and I wasn't asleep." I was practically shouting now. "Something is wrong with this house, Ethan. Why won't you believe me?" His friends must have heard me through his mic because he looked embarrassed. "Can we talk about this later? I'm kind of in the middle of something here." I gave up and spent another night on the couch, this time with all the lights on. The next morning, Ethan acted like nothing had happened. He went off to work without even mentioning my meltdown the night before. That's been the pattern these last few weeks. Strange things happen when I'm alone or when Ethan is distracted, which is most of the time. I experience something terrifying, try to tell him about it, and get brushed off as being dramatic or imagining things. Last Saturday, I heard what sounded like a child crying, coming from our spare bedroom office. When I went to check, the room was empty, but all the pens from the desk had been arranged in a perfect circle on the floor. Ethan was in the shower when this happened. When I showed him afterward, he suggested Luna must have knocked them off and they just happened to fall that way. Yesterday I was doing laundry in the basement when all the lights went out. Not a power outage, just the basement lights. I fumbled my way to the stairs in total darkness, feeling like someone was standing right behind me the entire time. When I reached the top of the stairs, the basement lights came back on. I looked down and saw no one there, but I swear I heard soft laughter. I've started researching the history of our house, trying to find out if something happened here, if there's a reason for all this. So far, I haven't found anything conclusive, but I did discover that the house sat vacant for nearly 2 years before we moved in. The landlord never mentioned that. I've considered the possibility that there's a carbon monoxide leak causing hallucinations, but we have detectors that are working fine. I've checked for mold, strange electromagnetic fields, anything that could explain what's happening. Nothing. Luna continues to act strangely. She refuses to go into our bedroom now. Sometimes she sits and stares at empty doorways, her tail puffed up, making that low growling sound cats make when they're threatened. Just last night I woke up around 3 in the morning to find Luna standing at the bedroom door, howling. Not her normal meow, but a sound I've never heard her make before, almost like she was in pain. When I got up to check on her, she ran to the living room and hid under the couch. She wouldn't come out for hours, not even for her favorite treats. I went back to bed reluctantly, and that's when I noticed the smell. Like something burning, but not quite. More like sulfur or rotten eggs. It was strongest near the closet. I opened the door, half expecting to find something on fire, but there was nothing unusual. The smell disappeared as quickly as it had come. I'm typing this now from a coffee shop because I can't stand to be in that house alone anymore. Ethan is at work, and I called in sick because I barely slept last night. I don't know what to do. Ethan thinks I'm losing it. Maybe I am. But what about Luna? Is she losing it too? What about Kelly hearing the footsteps and whispers? The worst part is the feeling that whatever is in our house is getting stronger, more confident, like it's feeding off my fear. The incidents are happening more frequently now, and they're becoming more direct. Less, was that really something? And more, holy shit, that definitely just happened. This morning, before I left the house, I was brushing my teeth when the bathroom mirror fogged up, despite no hot water running. Before my eyes, what looked like finger marks dragged through the condensation, forming what looked like letters. I backed out of the bathroom so fast I tripped over Luna and nearly fell. I'm scared to go home. I'm scared to sleep in that bedroom. I'm scared that one of these days, whatever I've been sensing and feeling and hearing is going to show itself completely, and I don't know what I'll do when that happens. Ethan still won't listen. He's either glued to his gaming screen or telling me I'm overreacting. I'm starting to feel like I'm going crazy, questioning my own experiences. But then Luna acts up again, or something moves when it shouldn't, and I just know, that something is very wrong with our house. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I really losing my mind? Or is there something in our home that shouldn't be there? Something that knows I can sense it and is trying to communicate, or worse? Story 8. I'm still freaking out about what happened to me last night, so I figured writing it down might help. I can't shake this feeling that something is seriously wrong. It started around 11:30 last night. I had just dropped my friend Maya off at her place after we'd spent the evening at this new restaurant in Scottsdale. The drive to her house had been fine, normal traffic, nothing weird. But the drive back? That's when everything went to hell. It had been raining all day, unusual for Arizona, and the clouds were so thick you couldn't see the moon or stars. I live about 40 minutes outside the city, in a more rural area, and once you get away from the main highways, it gets dark. Like, really dark. My truck is older, a 2008 Ford F-150, and the headlights aren't the greatest anymore. They barely cut through the darkness, especially with the wet roads reflecting what little light there was. I was about 15 minutes into my drive home when I first felt it. That weird sensation on the back of your neck when something's not right. You know what I mean? Like someone's watching you. I checked my rearview mirror, but the road behind me was empty. I turned the radio up to distract myself, but it just filled my truck with static. Great. So I'm driving along this long, empty stretch of road, the one that connects to the highway that leads to my neighborhood, when I noticed this weird blue light up ahead. Not like police lights or anything, it was more like... I don't know how to describe it, like a blue street light, but brighter and more concentrated, illuminating a section of road maybe 50 yards ahead of me. As I got closer, I slowed down because it was so unusual. We don't have street lights out there. That's why I noticed it in the first place. The light was casting this eerie blue glow over the wet asphalt, making it look almost like a pool of water. I remember gripping my steering wheel tighter as I approached it. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, my truck passed under this light, it went out, just like that. No flickering, no dimming, just on 1 second and completely off the next. And then I swear to God, a huge shadow passed over the road in front of me. It moved silently from one side to the other, like something massive was flying overhead. But I couldn't see anything when I looked up through my windshield. Just darkness. My heart was already pounding by this point. I'm not usually jumpy, but being alone on a dark road after midnight with weird lights and shadows, yeah, that'll get to anyone. I had a choice to make: continue on the back roads, which would take me through an area under construction, or hit the highway. The highway was a bit longer, but at least there might be other cars. I chose the highway. That was probably my first mistake. I merged onto the highway, relieved to see a few other vehicles, though they were pretty far apart. The rain had picked up again, and I was focusing on the road when I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. A small truck had gotten on at the same entrance and was keeping pace behind me, staying maybe 3 car lengths back. At first I didn't think anything of it. It's a highway, people drive on it. But after about 10 minutes, I noticed something weird. Every time I changed lanes, this truck would do the same thing a few seconds later. I moved to the right lane, they moved to the right lane. I moved back to the middle, they followed. To test my theory, I put on my signal like I was going to exit at the next ramp, then at the last minute stayed on the highway. Sure enough, they signaled too, then abruptly swerved back onto the highway when I didn't exit. By this point, my hands were sweating on the steering wheel. I remembered something my dad taught me when I first started driving. If you think you're being followed, make 3 consecutive turns in the same direction. If they follow you through all 3, It's not a coincidence. My exit was coming up and I took it, watching as the truck did the same. Instead of heading straight toward my neighborhood, I turned right toward a strip mall that would be closed at this hour. The truck turned right too. I turned right again into the mall parking lot. The truck followed. I made a final right that would take me around the back of the mall, and the truck turned there too. That's when I knew for certain I was being followed. My throat felt tight and I could hear my pulse in my ears. The mall lot connected back to the main road through a back entrance, so I gunned it and shot out onto the street, heading toward my house. The truck sped up too, getting much closer to my bumper, close enough that I could see the driver was wearing what looked like a baseball cap, but I couldn't make out any other features. I had to make a decision fast. I remembered there was a police station about 2 miles in the opposite direction from my house. I decided to head there, but before I could make the turn, the truck suddenly zoomed past me, engine roaring. It sped ahead maybe half a mile before making a U-turn across the median and heading back in the direction we'd both come from. I was breathing so hard I thought I might hyperventilate. As the truck passed, going the other way, I managed to catch a glimpse of the license plate and repeated it to myself over and over so I wouldn't forget. Arizona plate, JXC something. I think it was JXC 4729, but I was so freaked out I might have the numbers wrong. After the truck disappeared, I sat at that intersection for a minute trying to calm down. Should I still go to the police station? What would I even say? A truck followed me but then left. I decided to just go home, but took a different route than usual, constantly checking my mirrors. When I finally pulled into my driveway, it was about 10 minutes before midnight. I sat in my truck for a bit, scanning the street. Everything looked normal, a few porch lights on, but most of my neighbors were probably asleep. I grabbed my phone and keys, positioning my car key between my fingers like a weapon and putting my finger on the panic button, ready to hit it if needed. I made it inside without incident and locked the door behind me. My dogs, I have 2 German shepherds, greeted me at the door like usual, though they seemed more excited than normal. I checked all the windows and doors to make sure everything was locked, then flopped onto my couch, exhausted and still shaking a little. That's when I remembered it was Sunday night, trash day tomorrow. I hadn't taken the cans out to the curb yet, and if I didn't do it now, I'd have to do it in the morning, which meant getting up even earlier for work. Against my better judgment, I decided to just get it over with. I turned on all the outside lights, grabbed the first can from the side of the house, and started dragging it down the driveway. My street dead ends into open desert about 6 houses down from mine, and as I was pulling the can, I glanced in that direction. That's when I saw it. Standing at the end of the street, right at the edge where the pavement meets the desert, was something. At first, I thought it was just a tall cactus or maybe a utility pole I hadn't noticed before. But then I realized it was standing in a spot where I know there's nothing but gravel and scrub brush. It was tall, really tall, like maybe 7 or 8 feet. And pale, not just white, but a sickly, almost luminous pale that seemed to absorb the light from my neighbor's garage light that it was standing near. It was humanoid, with what looked like arms and legs, but everything about the proportions was wrong. The arms hung down almost to where knees would be, and the legs seemed too thin to support its height. But the worst part was the face, or rather, the lack of one. I couldn't make out any features at all, just a smooth, pale area where a face should be. And it was looking right at me. I couldn't see eyes, but I could feel it watching me. I know how crazy that sounds, but I'm telling you, I knew it was focused on me. I dropped the trash can handle and ran straight back into my house, slamming the door behind me and locking it. My dogs went ballistic, barking and running to the windows facing the street. I was too terrified to look outside again. Instead, I ran through the house, closing all the blinds and checking the locks again. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely text my boyfriend, who was out of town for work. I just wrote, "Something weird outside. Scared. Call me." He called right away, but when I tried to explain what I'd seen, it sounded so ridiculous. A tall, pale humanoid thing at the end of my street. He thought I was just freaked out from being followed earlier and was seeing things. Maybe he was right. Maybe the stress of the truck following me had my imagination running wild. But my dogs were still agitated, pacing and whining by the front door, occasionally letting out low growls. They don't do that over nothing. I decided to sleep with my bedroom door locked and a baseball bat next to my bed. I closed the blinds tight and tried to convince myself I was overreacting. But every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, thinking I heard something outside. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it, a scratching sound at my bedroom window. Just light at first, like tree branches in the wind, except there are no trees near that window. Then it got more deliberate. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch. My dogs, who had finally settled down at the foot of my bed, both lifted their heads and stared at the window, their ears perked forward. I was frozen under my covers, clutching the baseball bat so hard my knuckles turned white. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the scratching. I kept expecting it to start again, or for something worse to happen, like the window breaking. But nothing did. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. This morning, I woke up convinced I'd dreamed the whole thing. The sun was streaming through my blinds, my dogs were acting normal again, and everything seemed fine. Until I went outside to get the newspaper and saw the trash can still lying on its side in my driveway where I dropped it. And there were scratches on my bedroom window. 3 distinct parallel lines, about 6 feet up from the ground. My window is about 9 feet high. I don't know what to do. I'm writing this from inside my house, where I've called in sick to work. I found the license plate number I'd written down last night and reported it to the police, but they basically said they couldn't do anything unless the truck came back and threatened me. I didn't mention the pale figure or the scratches. How could I? I'm trying to convince myself there's a logical explanation. Maybe the truck was just some drunk driver who happened to be going the same way I was. Maybe the figure was just a weird shadow or a trick of the light. Maybe the scratches have been on my window for ages and I just never noticed them. But I know what I saw, and I can't shake the feeling that the truck, the blue light, the shadow, the tall figure, they're all connected somehow. Like the truck was herding me home, and the figure was waiting for me. I don't know if I can sleep here tonight. I've been calling around to see if any friends have a spare couch I can crash on. I might even spring for a hotel. All I know is I don't feel safe here anymore. The desert used to seem peaceful to me, but now all I can think about is what might be out there, watching, waiting for darkness to fall again. I keep looking out my window, scanning the end of the street. There's nothing there now, of course. But tonight, I don't want to be here to find out if it comes back. And the worst part is, I can't stop thinking about what it wanted. Was it just observing me, or was it mimicking what I was doing earlier, watching someone from a distance? And if it was, what was going to be the next behavior it copied? I've lived in Arizona my whole life and heard all the stories about skinwalkers, chupacabras, and alien encounters in the desert. I always laughed them off as campfire tales. I'm not laughing anymore. Something was out there last night, something that shouldn't exist but does, and I have a terrible feeling it's not done with me yet. Story 9. Look, I've never shared this with anyone except a few close friends who know me well enough to understand I'm not making this up. I'm not the type who believes in the paranormal. I'm that person who watches horror movies alone at night and laughs at jump scares. At least I was, until about 2 months ago. I live in Pinecrest, one of those quiet suburban towns where nothing interesting ever happens. I've been in my current apartment for almost 3 years now. Just me and my dog Daisy, a sweet golden retriever mix who wouldn't hurt a fly. My bedroom is nothing special, except I splurged on this mirrored headboard when I moved in. I thought it made the room look bigger and more stylish. Now, I wish I'd gone with something plain. It started so subtly I almost didn't notice. I have this collection of plushies from when I was younger that I keep arranged on my dresser. My favorite is this Arctic fox I got from my grandmother before she passed. White and fluffy with these deep blue glass eyes. One evening when I got home from my shift at the medical office where I work, I walked into my bedroom and immediately felt something was off. It took a few seconds to realize what it was. My fox plushie was sitting in the center of my bed. At first, I figured Daisy must have grabbed it, though she's never shown any interest in my plushies before. I returned it to its spot on the dresser and didn't think much about it. The next day, same thing. Came home, fox in the middle of my bed. This time, I checked the plushie for dog saliva or tooth marks, but there were none. It was perfectly clean. For 5 straight days, this happened. I'd put the fox back and the next day it would be perfectly centered on my bed. After the 3rd day, I actually set up my phone to record while I was at work, thinking maybe Daisy was being sneaky. The footage showed nothing. The bedroom door stayed closed and no one entered. Yet somehow, that fox kept moving. Around day 6, things escalated. I was falling asleep when I felt this sensation of something small crawling across my arm. I immediately sat up and turned on my lamp, but there was nothing there. As soon as I turned the light off and settled back under the covers, the feeling returned, this time across my neck. It felt exactly like spiders moving across my skin. I'm not particularly afraid of spiders, but feeling them crawl on you in the dark? That's another level. I jumped out of bed and turned on every light in the room, yanked back all my blankets, checked under the bed. Nothing. No spiders anywhere. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, probably stress from work making me jumpy, but it happened again the next night, and the night after. On the 3rd night of the crawling sensations, I was already on edge. I'd taken to listening to horror story narrations on YouTube to help me fall asleep. I know, counterintuitive, but the narrator's voice was soothing, and I figured if I was going to be kept awake by imaginary spiders, I might as well have some entertainment. I had one of my headboard lights on, casting this dim glow across the room. I was drifting in and out, half listening to the narration, when something made me open my eyes. And that's when I saw it, a small, dark shadow, maybe the size of a baseball, quickly ducking behind the ridge at the top of my headboard. It moved with purpose, like it was hiding from me. I blinked several times, thinking my eyes were playing tricks, but I know what I saw. It wasn't an insect or a shadow from outside. It was something else. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the light on and my eyes fixed on that headboard until morning. Nothing else appeared, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to fall asleep. The next evening was when I became absolutely convinced something supernatural was happening in my apartment. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, scrolling through my phone before settling in for another restless night. My rubber bracelets, those silicone awareness ones, were sitting on my bedside table where I always leave them. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement. When I looked directly at the table, I watched as one of the bracelets slid about an inch to the right. Not rolled, slid, like someone invisible had pushed it with their finger. The bracelet moved across the smooth wooden surface of my nightstand with no explanation. There was no vibration, no open window causing a draft, nothing that could explain it. I sat frozen, staring at that bracelet, waiting for it to move again. It didn't, but the damage was done. I knew something was in my room. I went to work the next day exhausted and jumpy. I hadn't told anyone about what was happening. I mean, who would believe me? I work at a medical office doing admin work, and there's this woman there, Madeline, who's always talking about energies and crystals and stuff. Most of us just humor her. She's good at her job, just a bit eccentric. That morning, Madeline walked straight to my desk before I'd even taken off my coat and said, "So, what's going on in your room?" I nearly dropped my coffee. "What do you mean?" She leaned in and lowered her voice. "There's something attached to you, I can see it. It's been following you for a few days now. I felt this cold wave wash over me. I hadn't told anyone about the weird stuff happening at home." "I don't know what you're talking about," I lied, but my voice cracked. Madeline just gave me this knowing look. "You have a trickster in your room. It probably got into your mirrors." That's when I got really freaked out. I'd never invited Madeline to my place. She had no idea about my mirrored headboard. I ended up telling her everything during lunch break. The fox moving, the sensation of spiders, the shadow, the bracelet sliding. She nodded like this was all perfectly normal information. Classic trickster behavior. They're mischievous entities that feed on confusion and mild fear. They're not usually dangerous, just annoying. But they can escalate if they think you're entertaining to mess with. "How do I get rid of it?" I asked, feeling both ridiculous and desperate. She told me I needed to cleanse my space, focusing especially on the mirrors. "Mirrors are portals," she explained. "Your headboard probably created an entry point." That evening I followed her instructions. I grow herbs in pots on my balcony, including sage. I'd never used it for anything other than cooking, but Madeline insisted garden sage would work just fine. I bundled it up, let it dry for a few hours, then lit it and began walking around my room, paying special attention to the mirrors like she said. The sage smoldered, sending up trails of fragrant smoke. I felt stupid at first, but then remembered the bracelet sliding and pushed my embarrassment aside. I moved methodically around the room, muttering the cleansing words Madeline had taught me. Daisy watched from the doorway, her head tilted in confusion. When I got to the window, the final place Madeline told me to cleanse, something unbelievable happened. The sage bundle, which had been smoldering steadily, suddenly burst into brilliant flames in my hand. Not just burning brighter, actual flames shot up about 6 inches from the bundle. I dropped it into a glass of water I thankfully had nearby. My heart was pounding as I stared at the waterlogged sage, steam rising from it. I called Madeline immediately. She laughed when I told her what happened. "That's good," she said. "That was its final trick before leaving. Tricksters often make a dramatic exit." After researching tricksters that night, because of course I couldn't sleep, I found that many cultures have stories about them. The two types that matched my experiences were spider trickster spirits and fox trickster spirits. Given that my Arctic fox plushie was the first thing it manipulated, I think this entity particularly enjoyed playing with items that reflected its nature. It's been quiet in my apartment since the sage incident. My fox plushie stays where I put it. No more crawling sensations, no shadows ducking behind furniture, no objects moving without explanation. But I still get goosebumps sometimes when I look at my mirrored headboard, especially at night. I've covered it with a decorative cloth when I sleep, Madeline's suggestion. I still don't know what to make of all this. Was it my imagination? Was I working too hard and not sleeping enough? But that doesn't explain how Madeline knew about the mirrors or why the sage burst into flames. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe someone else telling this story. But I know what I experienced, and it's changed how I see the world. There are things that exist just beyond our understanding, things that play by different rules than we do. I've left the sage bundle as a reminder on my windowsill. It's brown and wrinkled now, but whenever I look at it, I remember. Sometimes, just before I drift off to sleep, I swear I can hear something that sounds almost like laughter, faint and distant. And on those nights, I pull the cloth a little tighter over my mirrors. Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about the Arizona house we moved into when I was 8. It's been 15 years, and I've never shared the full story online before. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, seeing that girl's face. I don't expect everyone to believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. Back in 2008, my family needed more space. With 4 kids, me, my 2 brothers and my sister, we were practically stepping on each other in our old house. When my parents found this 4-bedroom place just outside Phoenix with a huge backyard, game room, and even a treehouse, it seemed perfect. My dad called it our forever home. If only he knew. Moving day was exciting. It was mid-July, scorching hot as Arizona summers always are. I remember being so pumped about having my own room for the first time. My parents let us kids run inside to pick our bedrooms while they started unloading the moving truck. I grabbed the 2nd bedroom on the right. It had this awesome window seat and was right across from the bathroom. The first weird thing happened that very first day. I was setting up my stuff, and I just plugged in this green silky mesh lamp I'd gotten for my birthday. I was arranging my action figures on the shelf when I heard someone whisper Tyler right behind me. It wasn't loud, but it was clear as day. I spun around, expecting to see one of my brothers trying to scare me, but nobody was there. The door was wide open, and I could see straight down the hallway, completely empty. I ran outside where my family was still unloading boxes. All of them were accounted for. Nobody could have been in the house with me. I didn't mention it. I figured it was just the new house making weird noises. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I was exploring the house while my parents were at work. My oldest brother was supposedly watching us, but he was on the phone with his girlfriend the whole time. I found this room at the end of the hall that I hadn't paid much attention to. The door was always closed. When I opened it, I was shocked to see it was decorated with Mickey Mouse wallpaper, like a kid's room, but old-fashioned Mickey, not the modern version. The room was being used for storage, boxes stacked everywhere. When my parents got home, I asked about the Mickey Mouse room. My dad's face got really serious, and he told me firmly that we don't talk about that room. When I pressed, asking why it was decorated like that, my mum jumped in and said the previous owners just left it that way, and they were using it for storage until they could redecorate. Something about the way they shut down the conversation felt weird, but I was just a kid, so I dropped it. My friend Daniel came over a lot that summer. One afternoon, about a month after moving in, we were hanging out in my room when we noticed the closet had this small door at the back, behind my hanging clothes. It was maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, with a simple latch. When we opened it, we found it led to the crawl space under the house. It was dark and smelled musty, and we could see pipes and wiring. We thought it was the coolest thing ever, our own secret passage. We didn't go in, just shined a flashlight around before closing it up. Looking back, I think opening that door was when things really started to get bad. That night, Daniel was sleeping over. We were playing video games in the game room downstairs until around 11 at night. The game room had these big windows that looked out onto the backyard and the tool shed. While we were playing, we started hearing this tapping sound on the windows. At first, it was just one window. Then it seemed to move around to different windows, like someone was walking around the house tapping on each one. Daniel paused the game and asked, "Do you hear that?" I nodded, and we both went to look outside. The backyard was dark, except for the porch light. That's when I saw it, 2 faint glowing spots, like eyes, watching us from the direction of the shed. They weren't animal eyes. They were too high up, maybe 5 feet off the ground. I stared for maybe 10 seconds before they blinked and disappeared. "Did you see that?" I whispered to Daniel. He nodded, his face pale even in the dim light. "Let's go back to the game." We played until we fell asleep on the couch, both too scared to go upstairs. A few days later, I started noticing our black cat, Shadow, acting weird. He'd sit in front of my closet door, meowing to be let in. When I'd open it, he'd go straight to that small door and paw at it. Once, I'm absolutely certain I closed my closet door before going to school, but when I came home, it was wide open, and the small door to the crawl space was unlatched. I asked everyone in my family if they'd been in my room, but they all denied it. The next night, I purposely closed both doors tightly before going to bed. In the morning, I woke up to find the small door had been completely removed from its hinges and set aside. Again, everyone denied touching it. By this point, I was getting really freaked out. But the scariest incident happened in August when Daniel came over. His mom dropped him off, and the moment she stepped into our house, her face changed. She got this look like she'd smelled something awful. "This feels very dark," she said to my mom. "I cannot be in this house." My mom laughed it off, saying the house was perfectly fine, just needed some updating. Daniel's mom insisted she felt something wrong and quickly left. Here's the really bizarre part. Her car was parked in our sloped driveway, and as she was walking to it, the car started rolling backward, even though it was still in park. She had to jump in quickly to stop it from hitting our mailbox. My parents brushed it off as her forgetting to set the parking brake, but Daniel told me later that his mom is super careful about that kind of thing, especially on hills. She never came inside our house again. She'd just wait in the car when picking Daniel up. Things got gradually weirder. Items would disappear and reappear in different places. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. My little sister started talking about a green lady she saw in her room sometimes. Then came the night I still have nightmares about. My brother's football teammate Ryan was staying over. My parents had gone out for dinner, leaving my oldest brother in charge. Me, my middle brother, and Ryan decided to camp out in the living room, watching movies and eating junk food. We fell asleep around 11, with me on one couch, and my brother and Ryan sharing the pull-out sofa bed. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of a little girl crying. It wasn't loud, but clear. "Dad, Dad, Dad," over and over, like she was looking for someone. I sat up, looking around the dark living room, but saw nothing. I laid back down, thinking I was dreaming, when I heard it again, slightly louder. This time I got up and shook my brother awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. "Hear what?" he grumbled, obviously annoyed at being woken up. "That crying. Listen." We sat in silence for a minute, but there was nothing. My brother called me an idiot and went back to sleep. I stayed awake, straining to hear, and sure enough, about 10 minutes later, it started again. This time it sounded closer, like it was coming from just outside the living room. I pulled the blanket over my head and tried to convince myself it was just the house settling or the wind. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was 3 in the morning, and I was wide awake. So were my brother and Ryan. All 3 of us had woken up at exactly the same moment. The living room was weirdly lit up, not like normal darkness, more like everything had a faint glow to it. My brother and Ryan were frozen, staring at something in the corner between the couches. Ryan started crying. My brother was shaking so bad I could hear his teeth chattering. I followed their gaze, and that's when I saw her. It was a girl, maybe 5 feet tall, standing in the corner. She was wearing an old-fashioned white dress, like from the 1950s, with puffy short sleeves. Her brown hair was in 2 braids, and she had these intense green eyes that seemed to glow. But her face, God, her face was cut up, like someone had taken a knife to her. Her neck and what I could see of her arms were bruised badly, purple and black marks everywhere. The worst part was her expression. She was staring directly at me with this wide, unnatural grin that showed her teeth. Yellow, crooked, nasty is the only way I can describe them. She was glowing faintly, not like a light bulb, more like how your phone screen illuminates your face in the dark. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even blink because when I tried, I could still see her behind my eyelids, like her image was burned into my vision. We all just stared at her, and she stared back, for what felt like forever, but was probably about 2 minutes. Then, as suddenly as we'd noticed her, she was gone. Not like she walked away or faded. She was just there 1 second and completely gone the next. The three of us huddled together on the pull-out couch until morning, not saying a word. When my parents got up, we tried to explain what happened, but they thought we'd just scared ourselves by watching horror movies. Ryan never came over again after that night. The next week, things escalated. Doors would slam shut. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. My sister's toys would arrange themselves in circles overnight. My parents finally admitted something was wrong when they found all the kitchen knives stuck point down in the backyard one morning, arranged in a perfect circle. My dad called a priest from our church. He came and blessed the house, sprinkled holy water in every room, and said prayers. I noticed he never went into the Mickey Mouse room, though. When I asked him why, he just said some spaces needed to be left alone. Things got better after the blessing. The oppressive feeling lifted, and the weird incidents stopped. But I still avoided my closet and kept that small door locked. I put my dresser in front of it just to be sure. We stayed in that house for another 8 months before my dad got a job transfer. I was so relieved when we moved. I never told my parents, but the last night in that house, I woke up around 2 in the morning to find that girl standing at the foot of my bed, still with that horrible grin, whispering, "Bye, Tyler," over and over. Years later, I did some research on the house's history. I couldn't find much, but I discovered that in the 1960s, a family had lived there with 3 children. Their middle child, a 7-year-old girl named Sarah, had gone missing. Her body was found 3 weeks later in the crawl space under the house. The case was never solved. Sometimes I wonder if that Mickey Mouse room was hers, if my parents knew more than they let on about the house's history. I wonder what would have happened if the priest had blessed that room too. I still can't sleep with closet doors open, and I absolutely refuse to live in a house with a crawl space. Some nights I still hear that whispered "Dad, Dad, Dad" in my dreams, and I wake up with the absolute certainty that if I open my eyes, I'll see Sarah standing there with her cut-up face and that terrible grin, still watching me after all these years. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last year. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I'm 16 and live in a small apartment in Freiburg with my mum, Sophia, and my 14-year-old sister, Louisa. Our place isn't anything special, just a standard 3-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an older building. My room is the smallest, with just enough space for a bed, desk, and wardrobe. My mum has always been what she calls spiritually sensitive. She can walk into a room and immediately sense if something's off. When we were looking at apartments 3 years ago, she rejected 2 places because she said the energy wasn't right. I used to roll my eyes at this stuff, but I've started getting more interested in it lately. I've been watching these paranormal investigation shows online, and I've joined some forums where people share their experiences. It's fascinating to read about others' encounters with the unexplained. I started mentioning these stories to my mom, thinking she'd be into it since she's always talking about energies and auras. But she shut me down immediately. "Elise," she said, her face dead serious, "there are some doors you don't open. Ever." She forbade me from trying to communicate with spirits or anything supernatural. She said her sensitivity was for protection, not invitation. Of course, telling a teenager not to do something is basically daring them to do it. I didn't take her warning seriously. How dangerous could it be to just try? That was 5 months ago. Now I understand exactly what she meant. It started last Friday. Mum had a weekend retreat with her meditation group, leaving early Friday afternoon. She'd be gone until Sunday evening. Before leaving, she reminded us not to have friends over past 9 and to lock up properly. As soon as her car pulled away, I texted Louisa, "Let's do it tonight." She knew exactly what I meant. We'd been planning this for weeks, making a homemade Ouija board and seeing if we could contact someone from the other side. Louisa was nervous but curious too. We decided to invite the kids from downstairs, Max and Nina, who are 12 and 13, since they'd been begging to hang out with us. They came up around 7. I'd already gathered everything we needed: paper, markers, candles, and a clear drinking glass. We spread out on my bedroom floor, tearing paper into small rectangles. On each, we wrote letters, numbers, yes, no, and goodbye. We arranged them in a circle on the floor. "This is just like in those horror movies," Max said, grinning. "It's not a game," I said, trying to sound authoritative even though I had no idea what I was doing. "We need to be respectful." We lowered the shutters until the room was dim, then placed candles around the room, on my desk, dresser, windowsill, and nightstand. I'd borrowed them from my mom's meditation supplies. When we lit them all, my room had this eerie, flickering glow that made shadows dance on the walls. Max and Nina sat on my bed, while Louisa and I positioned ourselves on opposite sides of our paper circle. I placed the clear glass upside down in the center. "Now we both need to put our fingers on the glass, very lightly," I instructed Louisa, remembering what I'd read online. My hands were already sweaty. "What do we say?" she asked, her voice suddenly small. "We just ask if anyone wants to talk to us." We placed our fingertips on the bottom of the glass. I could feel Louisa's hand trembling. "Is there anyone here who would like to communicate with us?" I asked, feeling stupid and exhilarated at the same time. Nothing happened. We all giggled nervously. "Maybe they're shy," Nina joked from the bed. "Is there a spirit in this room?" I tried again. Still nothing. We sat there for several minutes, asking questions into the silence. Max started making spooky noises and we all laughed. The whole thing felt silly. Then the first candle flickered. Not the normal, gentle waver of a candle flame, but a violent flutter, as if someone had blown on it. We all noticed it at the same time and fell silent. "It's just a draft," I said, but I knew all the windows were closed. Then a second candle did the same thing, and a third. Within seconds, all the candles in the room were flickering wildly, their flames dancing unnaturally. "Elise," Louisa whispered, her eyes wide. And then the glass moved. It wasn't a big movement, just a slight shift toward the yes paper. But it was definite, and it wasn't caused by either of us. I looked at Louisa, who had gone pale. "Are you pushing it?" I demanded. "No. Are you?" The glass moved again, more decisively this time, sliding fully onto the yes paper. "Holy shit," Max whispered from the bed. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. "Is someone here with us?" I asked, my voice cracking. The glass slid back to the center, then moved to yes again. "What's your name?" I asked. The glass began moving between letters, A-N-N-A. "Anna?" Louisa repeated, her voice barely audible. The glass moved to yes. "Did you live here?" I asked. "Yes." "When did you die?" Louisa whispered. The glass moved. 1987. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep them on the glass. This was actually happening. We were talking to someone who had died 36 years ago. "I don't like this," Nina said from the bed. She'd pulled her knees up to her chest. "We're just talking," I said, trying to sound brave. "Anna, are you good or bad?" The glass didn't move. "Anna, are you good or bad?" I repeated. Suddenly Louisa gasped and pulled her hands away from the glass. "Something touched me," she cried. I yanked my hands away too, but the glass kept moving. It slid across the paper circle on its own, without anyone touching it. It moved to N, then O, then T, then paused before continuing, A-N-N-A. Not Anna, Max read out, his voice cracking. What does that mean? The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. The candles were still flickering violently, casting chaotic shadows everywhere. We should stop, Louisa said, backing away from the circle. I nodded, suddenly terrified. We need to say goodbye. That's the rule. I reached out to move the glass to the goodbye paper, but as soon as my fingers touched it, the glass shot across the room and shattered against my wardrobe. Nina screamed. Max jumped up from the bed. Let's get out of here, I said, scrambling to my feet. We all rushed to the door, but when I grabbed the handle, it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, then pushed, but it was like the door was locked from the outside. It won't open, I cried, panic rising in my throat. Move! Max pushed in front of me and yanked on the handle, then threw his shoulder against the door. Nothing. All four of us pushed against it, our combined weight pressing on the handle, but it wouldn't move. Behind us, one of the candles snuffed out with a hiss. Then another. The room was getting darker. Help! Nina screamed, pounding on the door. Somebody help us! Another candle went out, and another. We were screaming now, all of us, pounding and kicking at the door. The room was almost completely dark, with just one candle still burning on my desk. I could feel something in the room with us, a presence heavy and angry. I'm sorry, I shouted into the darkness. We didn't mean to disrespect you. Please let us go. The last candle flickered, as if considering, then stabilized, and suddenly the door handle gave way under our pressure. We tumbled out into the hallway in a heap, then scrambled to our feet and ran to the kitchen. We huddled in the corner by the refrigerator, crying and shaking. Max had wet himself. Nina couldn't stop sobbing. Louisa just stared at the wall, her face completely blank. What do we do? Max finally asked. We can't tell anyone, I said immediately, thinking of my mom. If my mom finds out... But something's in your room, Elise, Nina whispered. I knew she was right. I could feel it, a disturbance, like the air itself had changed. But my fear of my mom's reaction was still stronger than my fear of whatever had happened. Let's clean up, I said, trying to sound calm. We'll get rid of all the evidence and we'll never do this again. They all nodded, too scared to argue. We ventured back to my room together, none of us willing to go alone. The door was open now, and the room looked normal, except for the glass shards by my wardrobe and the burnt-out candles. We worked quickly, gathering the paper pieces and throwing them away, sweeping up the broken glass, and putting the candles back in my mom's meditation box. By 8:30, Max and Nina went home, still pale and shaken, making me promise to call if anything else happened. That night, I couldn't sleep. I left my bedside lamp on and stared at the ceiling, jumping at every creak and settling noise from the building. Louisa had refused to sleep alone and was curled up in my mom's bed. Around 3 in the morning, I finally drifted off from sheer exhaustion. I woke up an hour later to find my desk chair had moved from its usual spot to the foot of my bed. I was absolutely certain I hadn't moved it. I spent the rest of the night in my mom's room with Louisa. The next day was worse. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Every time I went into my room, the air felt thick and heavy, like walking into a fog. Objects weren't where I'd left them. My hairbrush moved from my dresser to my desk, my backpack shifted from the floor to my bed, my desk chair constantly in different positions. Saturday night was the same. That constant feeling of being watched, the furniture subtly rearranging itself when I wasn't looking. I slept in my mom's room again, claiming I missed her. Louisa knew the truth. By Sunday afternoon, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept properly in 2 days, and I was jumping at every sound. When my mom's car pulled into the driveway, I nearly cried with relief. She walked in, set down her bags, and immediately frowned. "What happened here?" she asked, looking around the apartment. "Nothing," I said too quickly. "We just missed you." She shook her head. "No, something's wrong with the energy." She walked through the apartment, her frown deepening as she approached my room. She stopped at my doorway and actually took a step back. "Elise," she said, her voice deadly quiet. "What did you do?" I burst into tears. The whole story came tumbling out. The homemade Ouija board, the moving glass, the locked door, the rearranging furniture. Louisa joined in, confirming everything through her own sobs. Mum's face went from shock to anger to fear. "You opened a door," she said, "and whatever came through is still here." She marched to her bedroom and returned with a wooden box I'd never seen before. From it, she took a bundle of dried herbs, sage, I realized, and a small ceramic bowl. "Both of you, stay in the living room," she ordered. "Don't come near this room until I say so." She lit the sage bundle and began walking around my room, murmuring phrases I couldn't understand, letting the smoke fill every corner. I watched from the hallway as she moved methodically around the space, her face set in fierce concentration. When she reached the window, she held the sage bundle higher, speaking more forcefully. Suddenly, the bundle erupted into a massive flame, much bigger than should have been possible. Mom dropped it into the ceramic bowl with a cry. For a moment, the room seemed to darken, as if a shadow had passed over the sun. Then the air cleared, and the heavy feeling that had been pressing down since Friday night lifted. Mom stood there, breathing hard, looking at the burnt sage in the bowl. "It's gone," she said finally, "but don't ever do that again." Her voice was shaking. "You have no idea what you invited in." She explained later that what we'd contacted wasn't a harmless ghost. "Real spirits rarely communicate this way," she said. "What responds to these games are usually entities that feed on fear and chaos. They'll pretend to be something benign at first, like this Anna, but their goal is to gain access to our world." I asked her what would have happened if she hadn't cleansed the room. "It would have grown stronger," she said simply. "First moving things, then affecting your dreams, then maybe even causing physical harm. These things don't leave on their own. It's been 5 months, and my room feels normal again. But I've gotten rid of all my paranormal books and left those online forums. Max and Nina still can't look me in the eye when we pass in the stairwell. Louisa has nightmares sometimes, but they're getting less frequent. I've learned my lesson. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, and if you do open them, you better know how to close them again, before whatever's on the other side decides to stay." Story 12. I'm still trying to process everything that happened last semester. It's been 3 months since we moved out of that cursed dorm room, and I still can't sleep with the lights off. My new roommates probably think I'm weird, but they don't know what we went through, what I went through. It started around October. The weather was getting colder, and our dorm at Westridge University, Harlow Hall, 3rd floor, was getting drafty. Nothing unusual about that, really. The building was at least 50 years old, and maintenance was always behind on everything. There were 3 of us in the suite: me, Alex, Jay, and Morgan. We'd only known each other since freshman orientation week, but we got along pretty well. Jay was a computer science major who stayed up way too late coding and playing games. Morgan was pre-med, super organized, always studying, and I was just trying to survive my business classes while spending as much time as possible with my girlfriend Olivia, who lived off campus. The first weird thing happened on a Tuesday. I remember because I had a marketing presentation that day and was stressed about it. I was grabbing breakfast in the dining hall when Jay texted me, "Are you in the room?" I texted back, "No, I'm getting breakfast. Why?" "Jay, I swear I just heard you knock on my door and call my name." I figured he was half asleep or something. Jay was always pulling all-nighters, so I just replied, "Nope, not me. Maybe Morgan?" Jay, "Morgan left for class an hour ago." I didn't think much of it at the time. Old buildings make weird noises. It was probably just someone in the hallway whose voice sounded like mine, or Jay was dreaming. But then it happened again 2 days later. and again the following week. Always the same thing. Jay would hear my voice or my footsteps when I wasn't there. He'd hear me call his name, knock on his door, or rummage around in my room. I started to get annoyed because I thought he was messing with me. But Jay's not the type to make up stuff for attention. He's actually pretty no-nonsense. That's when I started to get a little freaked out. Maybe we have mice. Morgan suggested one night when we were all hanging out in our tiny common area. The three of us had grabbed dinner together and were working on assignments. "Mice don't call people's names," Jay said, not looking up from his laptop. "Maybe our room is haunted," I joked, but nobody laughed. That weekend, I went to stay with Olivia at her parents' farmhouse about 3 hours away. I was looking forward to getting away from campus, sleeping in a real bed instead of a twin XL, and eating something that wasn't dining hall food. Olivia's parents' place is this huge old farmhouse that's been in their family for generations. It's beautiful but isolated. The nearest neighbor is like half a mile away. Her parents were out of town visiting her sister at another college, so we had the place to ourselves. The first night was great. We made dinner, watched a movie, and went to bed early in her childhood bedroom. I was exhausted from the drive and fell asleep quickly with Olivia curled up next to me. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not fully, just that weird half-awake state where you're not sure if you're dreaming. The room was pitch black. Olivia was breathing deeply next to me, and then I heard it, this tiny, creepy voice. "Olivia!" it whispered. I held my breath, thinking maybe I'd imagined it. "Alex!" it said next, and my blood went cold. The voice was so small, like a child whispering from the foot of the bed. "I know you're awake." I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would wake Olivia. I wanted to turn on the light to shake her awake, but I couldn't move. It felt like forever, but eventually I fell back asleep and convinced myself it was just a nightmare. By morning, I had almost forgotten about it. Almost. When I got back to the dorm on Sunday night, Jay was waiting for me in the common area. Morgan was at the library, so it was just us. "Dude, did you come back early yesterday?" he asked. "No, I just got here now." "Why?" Jay's face went pale. "I heard you in your room yesterday afternoon. I heard your voice on the phone, and then I heard you playing that song you always play, the one with the weird bass line." I felt sick. That wasn't me. I was with Olivia all weekend. We checked my room together. Nothing seemed out of place, but there was this feeling in there, like someone had been in my space. It wasn't anything I could point to, just a sense that things weren't quite right. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the voice at Olivia's house and what Jay had heard. I told myself I was being paranoid, but every little sound made me jump. The heater kicking on, someone walking down the hall, the wind outside. The next day, things got weirder. Jay texted our group chat. "Who refilled the water filter? Thanks, BTW." Morgan replied, "Not me. I've been at clinicals all day." I wrote back, "Wasn't me either. I've been in class since 8. Later that afternoon, I got another text from Jay. "Dude, I've been hearing your voice in your room all morning." I was in the library. I hadn't been back to the dorm since breakfast. When I got home that evening, all three of us sat down and compared notes. Morgan admitted that they'd been hearing things too, footsteps in the hallway when no one was there, my door opening and closing when I wasn't home, Jay's music playing when he was out. "There was something else," Jay said hesitantly. "Yesterday, I heard Matt talking to you in your room." Matt was a friend from one of my classes who lived in another building. "Matt's never been to our dorm," I said. "I always meet him at the library." We all went quiet. There was no logical explanation for what was happening. Either we were all losing our minds or something seriously weird was going on in our dorm. That night, I heard it for the first time myself. I was trying to fall asleep around midnight when I heard someone pacing in the hallway between our rooms. Back and forth, back and forth. I checked. Both Jay and Morgan were in their rooms with their doors closed. The hallway was empty. After that, I started noticing more things. Objects moving when I wasn't looking. The faint sound of whispering coming from the corner of my room. The feeling of being watched when I was alone. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of dragging or tapping. But when I turned on the light, there was nothing there. I stopped being able to sleep for more than a couple hours at a time. I'd jolt awake, convinced someone was in my room, staring at me from the dark corner by my desk. My grades started to slip. I was irritable all the time. Olivia asked if something was wrong, but I didn't know how to explain it without sounding crazy. One night, about 2 weeks after my weekend at Olivia's, the three of us were up late, studying for midterms. We'd been avoiding talking about the weird stuff, but it was getting to the point where we couldn't ignore it anymore. "I think we might have a ghost," Morgan finally said, putting down their biology textbook. "Ghosts aren't real," Jay said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Then what do you think it is?" I asked. Jay hesitated. "I've been doing some research. There's this thing called a mimic." "A what?" Morgan and I said at the same time. "A mimic. It's like an entity that can copy voices and sounds. They're usually attached to places, not people, and they feed off attention and fear." "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard," Morgan said, but I wasn't so sure. It fit what was happening, the copied voices, the sounds when no one was there. "Where did you even find that?" I asked. "Reddit," Jay admitted. There was this whole thread about supernatural experiences in college dorms. Morgan rolled their eyes, but I could tell they were spooked too. "So what do we do about it?" I asked, "if that's what it is." "Most of the posts said to ignore it," Jay said. "Don't engage, don't talk to it, don't acknowledge it. Eventually it gets bored and moves on." "And if it doesn't?" Morgan asked. Jay didn't have an answer for that. We tried to follow Jay's advice. For about a week, we pretended not to hear the footsteps, the voices, the knocking. We didn't talk about it, didn't react when something weird happened, but it didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. The turning point came on a Thursday night. I was alone in the dorm. Jay was at a late lab and Morgan was at a study group. I was at my desk, trying to focus on a paper that was due the next day, when I heard Jay's voice from his room. "Alex, can you come here for a sec?" I froze. Jay wasn't home. I knew he wasn't home. "Alex, I need your help with something." It was Jay's voice, exactly his voice, with his slight Wisconsin accent and the way he always sounds a little impatient. But Jay was across campus. I didn't answer. I remembered what Jay had said about not engaging. "Alex, I know you're in there. Come on, man." I put on my headphones and turned my music up loud, trying to drown out the voice. But I could still hear it, calling my name, getting more insistent, and then I heard my own voice answer from the hallway. "Coming just a sec." I ripped off my headphones. That was my voice, coming from outside my door. But I was sitting at my desk. I hadn't said a word. I grabbed my phone and keys and got the hell out of there. I didn't stop running until I reached the campus center, where there were still people around. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely text Jay and Morgan. "Something just happened. Don't go back to the room. Meet me at the campus center." They both showed up within 20 minutes. We sat in a corner of the nearly empty food court, and I told them what I'd heard. "It's escalating," Jay said quietly. "It's not just imitating us anymore, it's interacting with itself." "We need to do something," Morgan said. "I can't keep living like this." "Like what?" I asked. "Move out. It's the middle of the semester, there's nowhere to go." "We could try to get rid of it," Jay suggested. "Cleanse the place or something." "With what? We can't burn sage or incense. It's against the fire code. We can't exactly call a priest for an exorcism," Morgan pointed out. "There has to be something we can do," I said. I was beyond scared at this point. I was angry. This thing, whatever it was ruining our lives. I couldn't sleep, couldn't study, couldn't relax in my own room. We spent hours researching that night, huddled around a table in the campus center until they kicked us out at closing time. We ended up at the 24-hour diner off campus, ordering coffee after coffee as we scrolled through websites about paranormal entities and how to get rid of them. Most of the solutions were things we couldn't do in a dorm, burning herbs, setting up altars, using candles. But we found a few things that might work. Sound cleansing with bells or singing bowls, using salt as a barrier, pronouncing intentions out loud. "This is ridiculous," Morgan said after our 4th hour of research. "We sound insane." "You got a better idea?" Jay asked. Morgan didn't. We decided to try the cleansing the next day. We'd go back during daylight hours when the activity seemed less intense. Jay found some small bells at a thrift store. Morgan borrowed a singing bowl from someone in their meditation club. I bought a huge container of salt. We met outside our dorm building at noon on Friday. None of us had slept there the night before. Jay stayed with a friend. Morgan crashed in the 24-hour study room in the library, and I went to Olivia's apartment. I hadn't told her exactly what was going on, just that there was some drama with my roommates, and I needed space. "Ready?" I asked as we stood outside Harlow Hall. Jay and Morgan nodded, but neither of them looked confident. The dorm seemed normal during the day. Quiet, since most people were in class, but normal. Our room was exactly as we'd left it. If anything had happened while we were gone, there was no sign of it. We started with Jay's method, ringing the bells in each corner of every room while stating our intentions out loud. "This is our space," Jay said firmly, ringing the bell. "You are not welcome here. You need to leave." We felt stupid, but we kept going. Morgan used the singing bowl, creating this eerie, resonant tone that filled the whole suite. I put lines of salt across every threshold, doorways, windows, even the bathroom. When we were done, the place looked bizarre. Salt everywhere, the smell of vinegar, another suggestion from our research, hanging in the air. But it felt cleaner somehow, lighter. "Did it work?" Morgan asked. "I guess we'll find out," Jay said. We decided to stay together that night. We pushed the furniture in the common area aside and laid out our sleeping bags on the floor like an impromptu slumber party. Safety in numbers, we figured. Plus, none of us wanted to be alone in our rooms. For a few hours, everything seemed normal. We ordered pizza, watched stupid videos on YouTube, tried to pretend we weren't waiting for something to happen. Around midnight, Morgan and Jay fell asleep. I was still awake, scrolling on my phone, when I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from my room. I held my breath, listening. It could be anything. The pipes, the heating system, the building settling. Tap, tap, tap. Regular, deliberate, like someone knocking gently on my desk. I looked at Jay and Morgan, still fast asleep. I didn't want to wake them if it was nothing. Quietly, I got up and approached my door. It was closed, but not locked. None of our interior doors had locks. Tap, tap, tap. I put my hand on the doorknob, hesitating. Every horror movie I'd ever seen was screaming at me not to open that door. But I was tired of being afraid in my own space. I wanted this to be over. I flung the door open. My room was dark, but in the light from the common area, I could see that it was empty. No one was there. Nothing had fallen over or moved. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was coming from inside my closet now. "Jay," I called, not taking my eyes off the closet door. "Morgan, wake up." I heard them stirring behind me. "What's going on?" Jay asked, his voice thick with sleep. "There's something in my closet," I said. Morgan joined us at the door. "What do you mean, something?" "Listen," I said. We all stood there, watching the closet door, listening to the tapping. It seemed to get louder, more insistent, as if it knew we were there. "I'm going to open it," I said. "Are you crazy?" Morgan hissed. "Let's just call campus security." "And tell them what?" Jay asked. "That we hear tapping in the closet? They'll think we're on drugs." He was right. We had to handle this ourselves. I took a deep breath and walked into my room, Jay and Morgan right behind me. The tapping stopped as soon as we crossed the threshold. We stood there in the dark, waiting, but there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Maybe it... Morgan started to say. And then we heard it. My voice, coming from right behind us in the common area where we'd just been. "Guys, what are you doing in my room?" We whirled around. There was no one there. Before any of us could react, Jay's voice spoke from the darkness of my closet. "They know you're here," Morgan screamed. I think I might have too. We bolted for the door, but it slammed shut before we could reach it. "Let us out!" Jay shouted, yanking on the doorknob. "Let us out!" His voice echoed from the closet, mocking. The room suddenly felt ice cold. The tapping started again, not just from the closet now, but from all around us. The walls, the ceiling, under the bed. Morgan was crying. Jay was still wrestling with the door, and I was frozen in place, watching as the closet door slowly began to open. "Don't look," I whispered. Something told me that whatever was in there, we shouldn't see it. But it was too late. The closet door swung open. It was dark inside, darker than it should have been. And in that darkness, something moved. I couldn't see it clearly, just a shifting in the shadows, a deeper blackness taking shape. "Alex," it whispered in Olivia's voice. "I know you're awake." That's when I lost it. I grabbed my desk chair and hurled it at the closet with everything I had. There was a crash, the sound of breaking glass. My mirror that hung on the closet door shattered. The door flew open. We didn't hesitate. The three of us ran out into the hallway, down the stairs, out of the building. We didn't stop until we reached the well-lit path outside. We never went back to that room. We reported a burst pipe to housing and stayed with friends while they fixed it. Eventually, we were all reassigned to different dorms. None of us wanted to be in Harlow Hall anymore. That was 3 months ago. We still don't talk about what happened that night. When people ask why we moved, we mumble something about mold or noisy neighbors. I don't know what was in our dorm. I don't want to know. All I know is that sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still hear that tapping. And sometimes when I'm alone in my new room, I catch a glimpse of something moving in my peripheral vision, just out of sight. And sometimes I hear a whisper that sounds exactly like my own voice saying, "I found you." Story 13. I still get chills every time I drive past Rochester General. That hideous concrete monstrosity seems to stare back at me like it remembers, like it knows what I experienced there. It's been 3 years, but I can still hear that sound when I'm drifting off to sleep, that awful muffled crying and the shushing. God, the shushing. It all started on a Saturday morning last October. I was cleaning the windows at my house, something I'd been putting off for weeks. The weather had finally cleared up after days of typical English drizzle, and I figured it was now or never. I dragged the aluminum ladder from the shed and propped it against the side of the house to reach the upper windows. Everything was fine until I got to the last window. I remember stretching to reach the far corner when I felt the ladder wobble. I tried to steady myself, but it shifted suddenly to the left. That brief moment of weightlessness is still vivid in my memory. That split second when I knew I was falling but hadn't hit the ground yet. I landed awkwardly on my left arm. The pain was immediate and excruciating. I knew it was broken before I even looked at it. The unnatural angle was enough to make me feel dizzy and sick. My neighbor Gary heard me scream and came rushing over. He's an older guy, always watching out for me since I live alone. He helped me up and drove me straight to Rochester General. I'd always hated that hospital. It's this enormous gray concrete building from the 60s or 70s, all harsh angles and tiny windows that make it look more like a prison than a place of healing. Even as a kid, I dreaded going there for checkups. There's just something oppressive about it. The waiting time in A&E was predictably awful. 4 hours sitting in uncomfortable plastic chairs under fluorescent lights that made everyone look half dead. My arm throbbed with each heartbeat, and the painkillers Gary had given me from his glove compartment barely took the edge off. When they finally called my name, they confirmed what I already knew. A clean break that would need to be set and casted. What I didn't expect was that they wanted to keep me overnight for observation. Apparently, the doctor was concerned about possible concussion since I'd hit my head during the fall. I didn't remember hitting my head, but there was a tender spot when she examined me, and I'd been feeling a bit woozy. So that's how I ended up being admitted to Rochester General at around 8 in the evening. They put me in room 312 on the 3rd floor. It wasn't a private room, there were 3 other beds, but only one was occupied by an elderly woman who seemed to be sleeping. The room was exactly what you'd expect from an NHS hospital. Beige walls with patches where the paint had been touched up with slightly different shades, vinyl flooring with cracks running through it, and curtains that had probably once been blue but had faded to a sad greyish colour. A nurse helped me change into one of those awful hospital gowns and get settled in the bed by the window. She gave me some stronger painkillers that made the edges of everything go a bit fuzzy. I remember feeling grateful for that. It dulled the clinical smell of antiseptic mixed with that uniquely hospital combination of disinfectant and something else. Something almost like sweat, but worse. It was about 11 at night when I first heard it. I'd been drifting in and out of sleep, uncomfortable with my arm in its temporary cast. At first I thought I was dreaming, a baby crying somewhere in the distance. It was faint, like it was coming through the walls or from somewhere down the corridor. I blinked in the darkness, trying to orient myself. The old woman in the other bed was snoring softly. The crying continued, soft whimpers that would occasionally rise to a distressed wail before suddenly going quiet. Then I heard something else, a woman's voice, hushing, "Shh, shh." It was soft but clear, as if someone was walking slowly past my door with a baby. I sat up, wincing as I accidentally jostled my broken arm. This didn't make sense. I was on a general ward. Why would there be a baby here? The crying started again, seeming to move around the room, first coming from the direction of the door, then from near the bathroom, then from the far corner. Each time, it would be followed by that hushing sound. Shh. It's okay. Shh. I pressed the call button for the nurse. After what felt like forever, a young woman with dark circles under her eyes appeared at my door. "Everything all right?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper so as not to disturb the other patient. "There's a baby crying," I said, feeling slightly stupid as I said it. "I keep hearing it, and a woman hushing it. Is there a maternity ward on this floor?" The nurse, her badge said Kelly, frowned slightly. "No, maternity is on the 1st floor. This is orthopedics and general medical." "Well, I definitely heard a baby," I insisted, "and someone trying to quiet it. It sounded like it was moving around the ward." Kelly's expression changed slightly. Something flickered across her face that I couldn't quite read. She glanced at the corridor behind her, then back at me. "I'll check it out," she said. "Maybe someone brought a baby to visit, though it's well past visiting hours." She disappeared for about 10 minutes. When she returned, she looked even more tired than before. "I've walked the entire floor," she said. "There's no baby and no visitor with a baby. The floor is quiet except for the usual patients and staff." "But I heard it," I said. "It was so clear." Kelly hesitated. "This building is old," she finally said. "The ventilation system sometimes carries sounds from other floors, or it could be the pipes. They make all sorts of strange noises, especially at night." I wasn't convinced, but I nodded anyway. She adjusted my pillows and checked my vitals, then left after promising to come quickly if I needed anything else. As soon as she was gone, I heard it again. The crying. Soft at first, then building to a desperate, mournful wail. It seemed to be coming from inside the room now, from the empty bed across from mine. I stared into the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest. Then came the hushing again. Shh, shh. But it wasn't comforting. There was something wrong about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The hushing moved around the room, circling my bed. I swear I felt a cold spot pass by me, like someone walking past in the darkness. The old woman in the other bed stirred, but didn't wake up. I pressed the call button again, repeatedly. No one came. The crying continued, punctuated by that awful hushing sound, for what felt like hours. I pulled my blanket up to my chin with my good arm, feeling ridiculous, a grown woman scared of noises in the night, but unable to shake the sense of dread that had settled over me. Eventually, the night nurse returned with another dose of pain medication. I told her the noises had continued, but she just nodded sympathetically and suggested it might be the medication causing auditory hallucinations. I didn't believe her, but the fresh dose of painkillers pulled me under anyway, into a heavy, dreamless sleep. When I woke up in the morning, sunlight was streaming through the thin curtains, and the room seemed completely ordinary. The old woman was awake, eating breakfast from a tray. A different nurse came in to check on me, a middle-aged man who cheerfully told me the doctor would be around soon to assess whether I could go home. I almost convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that it had been a strange dream brought on by the painkillers and the stress of the accident. But then, as the nurse was checking my blood pressure, I found myself asking, "Is this ward haunted?" He paused, the blood pressure cuff still wrapped around my arm. "What makes you ask that?" His tone was casual, but I noticed he didn't meet my eyes. "I heard things last night. A baby crying, a woman shushing it." He busied himself with removing the cuff and making notes on my chart. "Old buildings make all sorts of noises," he said, echoing what Kelly had told me. "Nothing to worry about." But there was something in his manner, a slight stiffness, a deliberate casualness that told me he was lying. I was discharged around noon, with instructions for caring for my cast and a follow-up appointment scheduled for 2 weeks later. As I was being wheeled out, hospital policy though I could have walked, we passed a small, dimly lit corridor that branched off from the main one. I felt a sudden, inexplicable chill, and as we rolled past, I swear I heard it again. That soft, desperate crying, followed by shh. I twisted in the wheelchair, looking back, but the corridor was empty. For weeks afterward, I tried to forget about it. I focused on recovering, on learning to do everyday tasks with one arm in a cast, but I couldn't shake the memory of those sounds or the feeling that the hospital staff knew something they weren't telling me. It wasn't until 3 months later, at my niece's 5th birthday party, that the pieces fell into place. My brother Rob's wife, Sarah, had recently started working at Rochester General as a nurse. I hadn't seen her since my accident, and when she asked how my arm was healing, I found myself telling her about that night in room 312. I expected her to dismiss it, like the other nurses had. Instead, she went pale, her eyes darting around to make sure none of the children were within earshot. "You heard her?" she said, her voice barely audible over the sounds of the party. "The shush woman." A chill ran through me. "The what?" Sarah leaned closer. "Most of the staff won't talk about it. Management doesn't like it, says it scares patients, but everyone knows. That floor, especially around room 312, it's haunted." "By what?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. "There was a patient, back in the 80s, young mother with severe postpartum psychosis. She was admitted after her husband found her wandering the house at night, holding their baby and talking about how she needed to protect it from evil spirits." I felt sick. "What happened?" "She was in room 312. The story goes that one night she became convinced that the baby was possessed. The nurses heard her shushing it for hours. When they finally checked on her, Sarah swallowed hard. She'd smothered the baby, then she broke the window and jumped. My blood ran cold. That's horrible, Sarah nodded. Since then, patients and staff have reported hearing a baby crying and a woman shushing it. It always circles the room just like she supposedly did that night. Some people say they've even seen her, a young woman in a hospital gown carrying a bundle pacing around the beds. I remembered the cold spot that had passed by my bed, the way the crying and hushing had seemed to move around the room. Why didn't anyone tell me? When I called the nurse that night, what could they say? Sarah shrugged. We can't exactly tell patients they're hearing a ghost. Most people rationalize it anyway. It's only when you've heard it multiple times that you start to realize it's not just pipes or ventilation. A sudden thought struck me. Wait, you said you work at Rochester General now. What ward? Orthopedics, Sarah replied, confirming my growing suspicion. 3rd floor. Room 312, I asked, though I already knew the answer. She nodded slowly. How did you know? Just a guess, I said, but we both knew it wasn't. Sarah told me more, how the night staff avoided that room when possible, how patients frequently requested transfers without being able to articulate exactly why they felt uncomfortable. Some reported seeing a figure standing over their beds in the middle of the night. Others described the same thing I'd heard, that circling, crying and hushing. The worst part, Sarah said, lowering her voice even further, is that sometimes I swear I can smell it, that distinct newborn smell, like baby powder and milk. I'll be checking on a patient and suddenly there it is, as if someone just walked past me with a baby. We were interrupted by my niece, wanting Sarah to help her open a present. The conversation ended there, but those revelations haunted me for days afterward. I know what you're thinking, that I was influenced by painkillers, or that Sarah's story retroactively colored my memory of that night. I've thought the same thing myself. But it doesn't explain why I asked about the ward being haunted before I knew anything about its history. It doesn't explain the chills I still get when I think about that hushing sound moving around my bed in the darkness. I've never gone back to Rochester General, even though it's the closest hospital to my home. I make the extra 20-minute drive to the next town over for my medical needs. I take a different route to work to avoid driving past it. But sometimes, usually very late at night when I'm alone in my house, I think I can hear it again, faint and distant but unmistakable. A baby crying, a woman hushing, and I wonder if something followed me home from room 312, or if it's just the memory that won't let me go. All I know for sure is that concrete monstrosity of a hospital holds more than just patients within its walls. And whenever I do have to drive past it, I can't help feeling that it watches me, recognizing me as someone who heard its secret, someone who knows about the mother and child who still wander its corridors in the darkest hours of the night, forever locked in that terrible moment, forever hushing, forever shushing. Story 14. I've been a night nurse at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary for nearly 17 years now. It's one of Scotland's oldest hospitals, with parts of the building dating back to the 1800s. I don't normally share my experiences with people outside the hospital staff. They either think you're making it up, or they get that uncomfortable look on their face that says they think you've gone mental. But after what happened last month, I need to write this down somewhere. My name's Margaret, and I work the overnight shift in the elderly care ward. I've always preferred night shifts. The hospital has a different energy at night, quieter but somehow more intense. You become attuned to the rhythms of the place, the soft beeping of monitors, the squeak of rubber-soled shoes on linoleum, the occasional moan from a patient in pain, and sometimes things that can't quite be explained. Most of the staff who've been here longer than 5 years have stories. The porter who felt someone grab his shoulder in the empty basement corridor, the cleaner who heard children's laughter in the abandoned pediatric wing at 3 in the morning. the doctor who swears she saw a man in Victorian medical attire walk through a closed door. We share these stories in hushed tones during tea breaks, never in front of new staff or administrators. But there's one presence that's become almost like a colleague to those of us working nights, the wee girl in the red dressing gown. I first saw her about 14 years ago. I was checking on Mr. McPherson, an elderly gentleman with advanced heart failure. He'd been deteriorating for days, but that night he seemed unusually alert, sitting up in bed and staring fixedly at the foot of his bed. "Everything all right, Mr. McPherson?" I asked. He looked at me, then back to the empty space. "There's a wee lassie standing there. Blonde hair, red nightie. Is she lost?" I felt a chill run up my spine as I glanced at the spot he was indicating. Nothing there that I could see. "I'll go find her," I said automatically, though I had no idea why those words came out of my mouth. When I returned to the nurse's station, Elaine, one of the senior nurses, noticed my expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. "One of my patients has," I replied, and explained what had happened. Elaine's face changed. "Was she wearing a red dressing gown?" she asked quietly. When I nodded, she sighed. "Mr. McPherson won't make it through the night." And he didn't. At 4:17 that morning, despite being stable when I'd checked him an hour before, Mr. McPherson slipped away peacefully in his sleep. I might have dismissed it as coincidence if it hadn't kept happening. Over the years, I've had dozens of patients describe the same child, a little blonde girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, in a red dressing gown. She never speaks. She just stands at the foot of the bed, looking at the patient, before turning and running out of the room. And within 24 hours, usually much sooner, that patient dies. We've named her the wee girl, and she's become a sort of unofficial system for the night staff. When a patient reports seeing a small blonde child in red nightwear, we inform each other discreetly. We increase morphine checks, prepare the necessary paperwork, and sometimes call families to suggest they might want to come in, even in the middle of the night. We've learned to trust the wee girl's appearances more than many medical indicators. She's never malevolent. That's the strange thing. Patients who see her aren't frightened. They're usually concerned that a child is wandering the hospital alone at night. Their instinct is to protect her, not fear her. It's almost as if her presence is comforting somehow. I've researched the hospital's history over the years, trying to discover who she might have been. The most likely candidate is Emily Sutherland, a 6-year-old who died of scarlet fever in 1934. There's a small black and white photo in the hospital archives showing her in a hospital bed, clutching a teddy bear with what appears to be a dark-colored dressing gown draped over the end of the bed. But I can't be certain it's her. Last month is when everything changed for me. I was working a particularly difficult shift. We were short-staffed, and I had too many patients to care for properly. One was Mrs. Abernathy, a sweet 87-year-old with pneumonia who'd been improving steadily for days. The doctors were talking about discharging her by the end of the week. I was changing an IV bag for another patient when my colleague Hannah rushed in. "Mrs. Abernathy's buzzing for you," she said. "Says she needs to tell you something urgent." When I entered Mrs. Abernathy's room, she was sitting up in bed looking completely alert. "Margaret, dear," she said, "there was a wee girl in here just now. Lovely blonde hair, red nightgown. She didn't say anything, just stood there looking at me, then ran out. Could you make sure she's all right? She shouldn't be wandering about at this hour." My heart sank. Mrs. Abernathy had been doing so well. "Of course," I said. "I'll go find her. You try to get some rest." I checked Mrs. Abernathy's vitals, all normal, nothing to indicate she was in immediate danger, but I knew better than to ignore the warning. I called her son and suggested he might want to come in, using the excuse that she was feeling lonely. I increased the frequency of my checks. 3 hours later, around 2:30 in the morning, I was at the nurse's station updating charts when the emergency alarm sounded from Mrs. Abernathy's room. I ran in to find her gasping for breath, her oxygen saturation plummeting. We called the rapid response team, but it was too late. By 3:15 she was gone. A sudden pulmonary embolism, they said later. As I was preparing her body, something made me look up toward the doorway. And there she was, the wee girl, standing just inside the room, watching me. She was exactly as the patients had described. Small, maybe 6 or 7 years old, with shoulder-length blonde hair and wearing a red dressing gown that came down to her ankles. Her face was solemn but not sad, and her eyes, they seemed older somehow, wiser than a child's eyes should be. I froze. In 14 years, not a single staff member had ever reported seeing her directly. She was for the patients only. That was the rule we'd all come to accept. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. The girl didn't speak. She simply looked at me, then at Mrs. Abernathy's body, and then back to me. She gave me the smallest nod, as if acknowledging my care for the patient, then turned and walked out into the hallway. I rushed to the doorway, but the corridor was empty. There was nowhere she could have gone in those few seconds without me seeing her. I told myself I was overtired, that the stress and grief had caused me to hallucinate. But I knew what I'd seen. For the next week, I was on edge during every shift, wondering if the wee girl would appear to me again. I found myself looking for her in empty corners of rooms, in the dimly lit corridors, but there was nothing. Then came the night that still keeps me awake. It was just past midnight, and I was checking on Mr. Duncan, a 92-year-old with terminal cancer who'd been with us for nearly a month. He was asleep, his breathing shallow but regular. As I adjusted his blanket, I felt a presence behind me. I turned to see the wee girl standing in the doorway, watching me. This time she beckoned to me. One small hand gestured for me to follow her, and then she turned and walked out into the hall. I hesitated only briefly before following. I told myself I was just checking the corridor, that I wasn't really chasing a ghost through the hospital in the middle of the night. But I was. She led me down the main corridor, past the nurse's station, where Hannah was too absorbed in paperwork to notice me, and toward the old wing of the hospital. This section was used mainly for storage now, with most patient care happening in the more modern facilities. The lights here were motion-activated, flickering on as we passed and plunging the areas behind us back into darkness. The girl maintained the same distance ahead of me, close enough that I could see her clearly, but far enough that I couldn't catch up. She never looked back to check if I was following. We passed through double doors into an area I rarely visited where old equipment was stored. The air was cooler here, with a musty smell that spoke of disuse. The girl's bare feet made no sound on the linoleum floor, while my shoes squeaked with each step. Finally, she stopped in front of a door I'd never noticed before. A small wooden door, painted institutional green like everything else, but with no sign or room number. She turned to face me, her expression still solemn, and pointed at the door. Heart pounding, I approached. The door was unlocked, opening onto a small room that must have once been an office or examination room. Now it contained only a few broken chairs and an old metal filing cabinet. The girl walked inside and stood in the center of the room, watching me expectantly. "What is it?" I whispered. "What?" She pointed to the filing cabinet. With trembling hands, I approached it. The cabinet was old and rusted in places, but the drawers still slid open when pulled. The top two were empty, but the bottom drawer contained a single folder, yellowed with age. I opened it to find medical records from 1934. The patient's name was Emily Sutherland, age 6. There was a photo attached, the same one I'd seen in the archives. But there was something else I hadn't seen before, a personal effects inventory listing the items Emily had with her when admitted. Among them, one dressing gown, red wool, When I looked up, the girl, Emily, was standing directly in front of me. She reached out as if to touch my hand, but stopped just short of contact. I could almost feel a slight coolness emanating from her. "Why me?" I asked. "Why are you showing me this?" She didn't speak, but her eyes moved to the folder and then back to my face. I looked down again and noticed something I'd missed. A nurse's note scrawled at the bottom of one page. "Child expired at 03:17. No family present. Attended by night nurse only." I felt tears welling in my eyes. "You were alone," I whispered. "No one should die alone." Emily nodded slowly, and I understood. She hadn't been leading patients to death all these years. She'd been ensuring they weren't alone when it came, just as that nameless night nurse had been with her. The sound of my pager startled me, an urgent call from the ward. When I looked up again, Emily was gone. I rushed back to find Mr. Duncan in cardiac arrest. Despite our best efforts, he passed away at 3:17 in the morning. I've seen Emily 4 more times since that night, always standing at the bedside of a patient who would soon pass. She no longer runs away when I enter the room. Instead, she acknowledges me with that same small nod before vanishing. I've never told anyone else on staff about seeing her or about what I discovered in that file. Some things feel too personal, too sacred to share, but I no longer fear her appearances. Instead, I find them strangely comforting, a reminder that at the threshold between life and death, none of us are truly alone. Sometimes during quiet moments on night shift, I'll whisper to the empty corridors, "I see you, Emily. I understand now." And though she never appears when I call her, I swear the air around me warms just slightly, as if a small hand has reached out and almost but not quite touched mine. Story 15. Badibe. I never believed in the paranormal. Actually, I used to scoff at ghost stories and roll my eyes whenever someone claimed to have had a supernatural experience. I was the ultimate skeptic, the person who needed hard proof for everything. Well, that was until 3 months ago when I had open heart surgery at Westmere Memorial Hospital. What happened during my recovery completely changed how I see the world. I'd been diagnosed with a serious heart valve defect that had gradually worsened over the years. By the time I finally had surgery, my heart was functioning at less than 50% capacity. I was exhausted all the time, couldn't walk up a flight of stairs without feeling like I was dying. And my skin had started taking on this grayish tint that scared my husband to death. The surgery wasn't optional anymore. It was do or die. The day of the surgery is mostly a blur. I remember the cold operating room, the anesthesiologist telling me to count backward from 10, and then nothing. My first clear memory after that is waking up in the ICU, disoriented and in pain like I've never felt before. I had a breathing tube down my throat which was absolutely horrible. I couldn't talk, could barely move, and had this constant feeling of choking. The pain meds made everything foggy, but I remember feeling absolutely terrified. My chest felt like it had been cracked open, which of course it had been, and I couldn't even communicate how much pain I was in. That first night in the ICU was the worst. I was drifting in and out of consciousness, hearing the beeping of machines, feeling the cold air from the vents, and experiencing waves of nausea and pain. I remember opening my eyes at one point, panicking because I couldn't breathe properly with the tube, when this male nurse appeared at my bedside. He was tall, with dark hair, probably in his 40s, with these incredibly kind eyes. He didn't say much, but he held my hand and checked all my vitals with such gentle movements that I immediately felt calmer. When I started to panic about the breathing tube again, he just put his hand on my shoulder, and somehow I could feel myself relaxing. It sounds weird, but it was like he was projecting a sense of calm onto me. I fell back asleep with him still standing there. For the next 2 days, while I was still heavily sedated and had the breathing tube in, This same nurse would appear during the worst moments of my panic or pain. He never spoke much, just quiet reassurances, but his presence was incredibly comforting. I could always tell when he entered the room. There was this sense of pressure changing, like the air got lighter. He'd adjust my pillows or check my IV, always with this careful, deliberate touch that made me feel safe. After they removed my breathing tube on day 3, I was finally able to speak again. My voice was raspy and my throat felt like sandpaper, but all I wanted to do was thank this nurse who'd helped me through the worst of it. When my day nurse came in, a friendly woman named Patty, I asked her when my night nurse would be on shift again. "Which night nurse, hun?" she asked, checking my IV. "The tall guy with dark hair. He was with me the first couple nights," I explained, my voice still rough. "He really helped me when I was panicking about the breathing tube." Patty gave me a confused look. "There's no male nurse on the night shift in the ICU right now. We have Mark on evenings, but he's blonde and pretty short." I thought maybe I was confused about the timing. "Well, he was definitely here. Tall, dark hair, probably in his 40s. Very calm presence." She shook her head slowly. "I don't know anyone who fits that description working in the ICU currently. Maybe it was one of the residents. I can ask around." Over the next day, as I became more lucid, I kept asking different staff members about this nurse. No one knew who I was talking about. The head nurse even checked the staffing schedule for the entire week and confirmed there was no one matching that description who would have been in my room during those times. "You were heavily medicated," my doctor said when I brought it up during rounds. "It's common for patients to experience confusion after major surgery, especially with the anesthesia and pain medications." But I wasn't confused. I remembered his face clearly. The careful way he adjusted my pillows, how he would stand by my bed until I fell back asleep. It didn't make sense. On day 5, I was moved from the ICU to the cardiac special care unit. My room was private but smaller, with a window overlooking the parking lot. I was finally starting to feel like a person again, still in pain and exhausted, but at least able to stay awake for more than 20 minutes at a time. My husband, Tom, was allowed to stay longer in this unit, and he had brought some photos from home to make the sterile room feel more personal. That night was when things started getting truly weird. Tom had gone home around 9 to take care of our dog and get some sleep in a real bed. I was trying to doze off when I noticed something strange in the corner of my room, a dark shadow that seemed denser than the normal darkness. At first I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but as I stared at it, the shadow seemed to grow larger and more defined. It wasn't shaped like anything specific, just this mass of darkness that felt wrong somehow. I felt my heart start to race, which sent my monitors beeping. The shadow seemed to pulse in rhythm with the beeping, growing larger with each sound. I wanted to call for a nurse, but I couldn't move. A cold feeling of dread washed over me, like nothing I'd ever experienced before. Just as the terror was about to overwhelm me, something even stranger happened. A soft blue light began to form at the foot of my bed. It started as a small glow, but quickly took shape, a translucent, luminous figure that was vaguely human-shaped. Before I could even process what I was seeing, this glowing figure suddenly charged toward the dark shadow in the corner. When they collided, there was no sound, but I felt a wave of energy pass through the room, like the pressure had suddenly changed. The shadow seemed to dissolve, shrinking back and then disappearing entirely. The glowing figure remained at the corner for a moment before slowly fading away. I immediately pressed the call button, my hand shaking so badly I could barely manage it. A nurse named Tina rushed in. "My monitors. Did they show anything unusual just now?" I asked her, my voice trembling. She checked the readings. "Your heart rate spiked a bit, but that's not unusual. Are you feeling okay? Any pain?" "I saw something," I blurted out. "A shadow in the corner, and then this light, like a glowing person that chased it away." I expected her to look at me like I was crazy, but instead, she nodded with this understanding expression. That happens more than you'd think, actually, especially with heart surgery patients. What? What happens? These kinds of visions, she said, adjusting my blanket. There's a theory that when they stop your heart during surgery, something happens to some patients, like a door opens that doesn't fully close again. We get reports like this all the time. She said it so matter-of-factly that I almost thought I'd misheard her. So I'm not going crazy? Not at all, she assured me. Try to get some rest. If you see anything else that scares you, just press the button. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that shadow again in my mind. The strange thing was, I wasn't scared of the glowing figure. If anything, I felt protected by it. The next few days passed without incident. I was getting stronger, walking laps around the nurses' station, and they were talking about discharging me soon. Tom brought our dog to see me through the window of the hospital, which lifted my spirits enormously. I almost convinced myself that what I'd seen was just a medication-induced hallucination. Then came the setback. A week after being discharged, I developed a high fever. The home health nurse who'd been checking on me had been negligent with my central line care, and I developed a serious infection. I was rushed back to Westmere Memorial, delirious with fever and in worse shape than after my surgery. This time, I was placed in a different unit, infectious disease. The room was isolation protocol, meaning everyone who entered had to wear gowns and masks. I was on powerful antibiotics that made me nauseous and confused. Tom was beside himself with worry. The doctors weren't sure if I'd be able to fight off the infection, given how weakened my system was from the recent surgery. That's when the strange electronic issues started happening. Tom's fully charged phone would die within minutes of entering my room. The TV would turn on by itself, usually to static. The call button for the nurses would go off, even though neither Tom nor I had pressed it. One night, when I was finally starting to feel better, Tom had gone to the cafeteria to grab dinner. I was alone in the room when all the lights flickered. That same feeling of pressure I'd experienced with my mystery nurse returned, like the air in the room had changed. I knew something was there with me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice much steadier than I felt. No response, but the TV turned onto static again. Instead of feeling scared, though, I felt comforted, like whatever was there was watching over me. The next day, I asked Tom to bring me a small voice recorder. I didn't tell him why. I was worried he'd think I was losing it, but I had this overwhelming need to try something. That night, around 3 in the morning, when the hospital was as quiet as it ever gets, I waited until Tom was asleep in the recliner chair and pulled out the recorder. I'd read about EVP sessions online years ago and always thought they were ridiculous. But now, I wasn't so sure. I pressed record and whispered, "Is anyone here with me?" I waited about 30 seconds, then asked, "Who are you?" After another pause, "Are you the one who's been helping me?" I recorded for about 5 minutes total, then stopped. With shaking hands, I rewound and hit play. At first, there was just the sound of my voice and the background hospital noises. But after my question, "Who are you?" there was something else. A soft female voice that whispered, "I'm a patient just like you, Daisy." I nearly dropped the recorder. No one had called me Daisy in years. It's my full name, but everyone calls me Day. Everyone except my grandmother, who passed away 10 years ago. Her name was also Daisy. The next night I tried again. Same time, same questions. This time, when I played back the recording, the voice was clearer. "It's Grandma Daisy, dear. I'm watching over you." I recognized the voice immediately. It was her. The same gentle tone, the slight southern accent. I started crying silently, trying not to wake Tom as tears streamed down my face. My grandmother had practically raised me after my mom died. She was my rock, my safe harbor, and now somehow she was here. Over the next few nights, I continued these recordings. Sometimes there would be responses, sometimes not. But I wasn't afraid anymore. Not of the shadows, not of the glowing figure, not of dying from this infection. I knew my grandmother was there, watching over me. One night, I finally asked about the mystery nurse from my first stay. Was he real? I whispered into the recorder. When I played it back, her voice answered, "He's a sentinel, he guards the threshold." The shadow came back only once more during my second hospital stay. I was alone. Tom had gone home to shower and change clothes. It formed in the same way, this dense black presence in the corner of the room. But this time, before the glowing figure appeared, I spoke out loud, "I'm not afraid of you. My grandmother is protecting me." The shadow seemed to hesitate, then retreated on its own. I never saw it again. My infection finally cleared after 2 weeks of intense treatment. The day before I was discharged, my primary doctor came to see me. He seemed unsettled. "Your recovery is remarkable," he said, reviewing my chart. "Given the severity of your infection and your weakened state after surgery, frankly, I'm surprised you pulled through so well." "I had help," I said simply. He raised an eyebrow but didn't ask for clarification. That last night in the hospital, I did one final recording session. I thanked my grandmother for watching over me and asked if she would still be around when I went home. Her response was the clearest yet. "I've always been with you, Daisy, but you couldn't see me until your heart stopped on that table. Now the door is open. I've been home for 2 months now. My recovery has been smooth, surprisingly so according to my doctors. Tom's phone no longer dies when he's near me, and our electronics work normally. But sometimes, usually around 3 in the morning, I wake up feeling that familiar change in pressure in the room. Sometimes I smell my grandmother's perfume, a faint whiff of white shoulders that she wore every day of her adult life. I keep the voice recorder by my bed. I don't use it often, but when I do, she's still there, still watching over me. The doctors say they fixed my heart during that surgery, but they have no idea what else they did, what door they opened that can never fully close again. I still don't know what that shadow was, or what might have happened if my grandmother hadn't intervened. I don't know who that mystery nurse was either, the sentinel who guards the threshold, whatever that means. All I know is that having open heart surgery changed me in ways the medical consent forms never mentioned. And sometimes, in that space between waking and sleeping, I can still see that soft blue light at the foot of my bed, standing guard. Story 16. I've always considered myself a practical person. I'm not into ghosts or supernatural stuff, never watched those paranormal TV shows, and I definitely don't go searching for things that can't be explained. At least that's how I was until 3 weeks ago. My father had been sick for a while. Cancer. The kind that starts somewhere and then decides it wants to see the whole body. After fighting it for 18 months, he finally agreed it was time to stop the treatments that were making him miserable without giving him more time. The hospice staff at Pinewood were amazing from the moment he arrived. They explained everything so clearly, how they'd keep him comfortable, what signs to watch for as his body began to shut down, and most importantly, that I could be there as much as I wanted. That Thursday started like the others that week. I arrived around 9 in the morning with a thermos of coffee and my iPad loaded with his favorite music. Dad was barely conscious most of the time now, but I'd read somewhere that hearing is the last sense to go, so I kept talking to him, telling him stories about my daughter Amy's college adventures, neighborhood gossip, anything to fill the quiet room with something besides the sound of his labored breathing. The hospice room was simple but nice. A hospital bed where Dad lay, a padded recliner chair by the window where I spent most of my time, a small daybed against the wall for family who wanted to spend the night, and a bathroom. The walls were painted a soft blue, and there were curtains with a subtle pattern that somehow managed to look homey despite being in a medical facility. I remember noticing how the afternoon light would slant in through the blinds around 3 o'clock, making the whole room glow golden for about half an hour. That day, I'd been there for about 8 hours when one of the nurses suggested I go home to shower and eat a proper meal. "Your father is stable," she said. "His breathing pattern hasn't changed, and his vitals are the same as this morning. Take care of yourself for a bit. We'll call immediately if anything changes." I hesitated, but I was exhausted. The past weeks had been a marathon of emotions, and I knew she was right. So I kissed Dad's forehead, which felt paper thin beneath my lips, told him I'd be back soon, and headed home. I live about 20 minutes from Pinewood. I'd just finished a quick dinner of microwaved leftovers when my phone rang at 7:45. It was Pinewood. My heart dropped into my stomach as I answered. "Charlotte, it's Maureen from the evening shift. I think you might want to come back. Your father's breathing has changed and his oxygen levels are dropping. He's showing signs that he might be transitioning soon." The hospice staff never said dying, always transitioning. I appreciated that somehow. "I'll be right there," I said, already grabbing my keys. I called Amy on the way and she promised to meet me there. When I arrived, Dad looked different. His skin had a greyish tinge and his breathing had that rattling quality they'd warned me about. Amy arrived 15 minutes after me and we settled in for what we understood might be his final hours. Around 11, Amy was struggling to keep her eyes open. She'd had final exams that week and was running on empty. "Honey, use the daybed," I told her. "One of us should rest. I'll wake you if anything changes." She protested weakly but eventually curled up on the small bed. Within minutes, she was asleep. I moved the recliner closer to Dad's bed so I could hold his hand. The night nurse, Gloria, checked in hourly, adjusting his morphine drip to keep him comfortable. "He's not in pain," she assured me. "His body is just slowly shutting down." It was during these quiet hours that my mind drifted to the story Dad had told us so many times throughout my childhood. When he was 7 years old, living on Seabird Island off the Maine coast, he'd developed appendicitis. This was in 1947, when the island had no doctor, and an emergency boat ride to the mainland was their only option for medical care. By the time they reached the hospital on the mainland, his appendix had ruptured. During emergency surgery, Dad's heart had stopped. For 3 minutes, according to the medical report, he was clinically dead. Dad always described the experience with such clarity that it gave me chills. He said he'd floated up to the ceiling of the operating room, watching the doctors and nurses work frantically on his small body below. He remembered specific details: a nurse dropping a scalpel, the doctor shouting at her, the color of the surgeon's socks visible where his pant leg had ridden up. When he woke up in recovery, he told his mother what he'd seen. She'd been horrified, because there was no way he could have known those details. He'd been unconscious when they took him into surgery, and the doctor confirmed there had indeed been an incident with a dropped scalpel. Dad never made a big deal about this experience. He didn't join any near-death experience groups or write a book about seeing the light. He just matter-of-factly accepted it as something that happened to him, an unusual childhood memory alongside catching his first fish or learning to ride a bike. I was thinking about this story as I sat there holding his hand at around 1:30 in the morning. The hospice room was dimly lit, just a small lamp in the corner and the glow from the vital signs monitor. Outside the window I could see the parking lot lights and an occasional car passing on the distant highway. I must have dozed off briefly because I jerked awake suddenly, feeling like I'd missed something important. Dad's condition hadn't changed. The monitor showed the same uneven heartbeat, the same low oxygen levels. Amy was still asleep on the daybed, her jacket pulled over her as a makeshift blanket. That's when I noticed something strange about the second recliner in the room. There were 2 recliners, actually. The one I was sitting in beside Dad's bed, and another one positioned near the window that the hospice had provided for family visitors. This second chair had been empty all day, except now it wasn't. My father was sitting in it. Not my father in the bed. He was still there, obviously, his chest barely rising with each shallow breath, but somehow, impossibly, he was also sitting in that recliner by the window. I blinked hard, certain I was hallucinating from exhaustion. But when I looked again, he was still there, looking exactly like himself from about 5 years ago, before the cancer had started wasting him away. He was wearing his favorite flannel shirt and jeans, not a hospital gown. He looked solid, but somehow also transparent, like if I reached out to touch him, my hand might pass through. He wasn't looking at me at first. He was looking at himself in the bed, with an expression of calm curiosity, like he was working out a particularly interesting puzzle. I didn't scream. I didn't even gasp. Something about the moment felt so sacred that any dramatic reaction seemed inappropriate. Instead, I whispered, "Dad." His head turned to me then, and he smiled. Not a big grin, just that small, gentle smile he'd give me when he was proud of something I'd done. He didn't speak, but his eyes, oh God, his eyes were so clear and aware, nothing like the cloudy, morphine-glazed eyes of the man in the bed. I glanced over at Amy to see if she was witnessing this too, but she was still fast asleep. I looked back at the recliner, half expecting Dad's image to be gone, but he was still there, watching me with that peaceful expression. "Can you hear me?" I whispered. He nodded slightly. My hands were trembling. Are you dying?" He tilted his head, considering this question, then gave a small shrug as if to say, "I suppose I am." I stood up slowly, not wanting to disturb what was happening or wake Amy. I moved to stand between the two versions of my father, the failing body in the bed and the vibrant spirit in the chair. "You've done this before," I said softly, referring to his childhood near-death experience. "And you came back then. But it's different now, isn't it? You've lived a full, beautiful life. It's okay to go." The dad in the chair nodded again, more definitively this time. His eyes moved to the bed, to his physical self, with what looked like compassion. "Are you afraid?" I asked. He shook his head. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me standing there speaking quietly to both versions of my father. The physical dad in the bed, unresponsive except for those shallow breaths. The other dad in the chair, alert and present but silent. I told him how much I loved him, thanked him for being such a wonderful father, assured him that Amy and I would be okay. At one point, Gloria the nurse came in to check Dad's vitals. She walked right past the recliner without reacting to the presence sitting there. When she left, the dad in the chair gave me a small, knowing smile. As the night progressed, I noticed that the dad in the chair seemed to be fading slightly, becoming more transparent. Around 4:30, his image was so faint I could barely make it out. "Dad," I whispered, suddenly afraid, "are you leaving now?" He nodded and mouthed something that looked like, "It's time." "I love you," I said, tears finally coming. "It's okay. Go in peace." The shape in the chair grew fainter and fainter until I couldn't see it anymore. At that moment, the monitor beside the bed began to beep. Dad's oxygen levels were dropping rapidly. I woke Amy, and we stood together by the bedside, each holding one of Dad's hands. Gloria came in and confirmed what we already knew. He was in his final moments. At 4:58 in the morning, my father took his last breath. The transition was so subtle, so peaceful, that it was hard to pinpoint the exact moment it happened. 1 second he was there, and the next he wasn't. As the hospice staff quietly prepared his body, I found myself looking over at that empty recliner by the window. It sat there, ordinary and vacant, giving no hint of what I'd witnessed. I've replayed that night in my mind hundreds of times since then. I've wondered if it was just exhaustion playing tricks on me, or my mind creating what it needed to see to process my grief. But I know what I saw. My father visited me twice that night, once through his physical body as it completed its journey, and once through whatever comes after, showing me that he was ready and unafraid. I never told Amy what I saw. I'm not sure I'll ever tell anyone else either. Some experiences are too personal, too sacred to share widely. But I wanted to write it down somewhere, to make it real outside my own memory. I've never believed in ghosts. I still don't. But I believe that my father, who had already crossed the threshold between life and death once before and returned, knew how to navigate that passage when it came time to cross it permanently. And for reasons I'll never fully understand, I was allowed to witness that transition, to see him sitting calmly in that recliner, showing me that death was not something to fear, but simply another doorway he was preparing to step through. The recliner in my living room, which used to be his favorite spot, remains empty, but sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I think I catch a glimpse of flannel and that gentle smile, reminding me that some visitors don't need an invitation to stop by when they're needed most. Story 17. I've been working at Colster Care Assisted Living Facility for 5 years now. It started as a job, just a job to pay the bills, but has become something I can't quite explain. I need to get this off my chest because I don't think I'll ever look at death the same way again. Let me start by saying I've been a practicing pagan for almost 30 years, but I've always considered myself a rational person. I believe in energy and the power of ritual, but I've never been the type to jump at shadows or claim every creak in my house is a ghost. I've always needed evidence, something tangible, before I'd entertain supernatural explanations. That changed about 7 months ago. I worked the evening shift, 3 to 11, mostly in the dining room and common areas. Colster isn't fancy. It's clean and comfortable, but definitely showing its age. The building was constructed in the 70s, all brick and narrow windows, with those long fluorescent-lit hallways that never quite feel warm no matter how much they try to decorate them. That Tuesday evening in January was completely normal. The residents had finished dinner around 6:30, and I was wiping down tables while chatting with Doris, one of our regulars who likes to linger after meals. She'd been telling me about her grandkids when she decided to head back to her room to catch her favorite game show. I was alone in the dining room by 7, just me and the hum of the industrial dishwasher running in the kitchen. I remember I was thinking about nothing important, just mentally making a shopping list for the next day when I saw it. About 4 meters away from me, the door that leads to the east wing hallway started to open, slowly. So slowly that at first I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks. But no, it was definitely opening, inch by inch, creating that distinctive creak our maintenance guy, Dave, can never seem to fix, no matter how much WD-40 he applies. Here's the thing, the doors at Colster all have these rectangular glass panels, so you can see who's coming through. But there was nobody there, not a soul, just the door, opening by itself about halfway. I stood there, washcloth in hand, staring. I wasn't scared exactly, more confused, maybe annoyed. I had this absurd thought that whoever was pranking me was being inconsiderate when I still had half the dining room to clean. So I did what any rational, totally not freaked out person would do. I spoke to the empty doorway. "Not right now, dude," I said, like I was talking to a co-worker interrupting my break. The door stopped, and then, I swear on everything I believe in, it started to close, just as slowly as it had opened. Like whatever had been opening, it had heard me and was now politely backing away. That's when the goosebumps erupted across my arms and neck, because doors don't listen. They don't respond to words. I dropped the cloth and ran to the door, pushing it fully open. The hallway was empty and silent. No drafts, no windows open, nothing that could explain what I'd just witnessed. I told myself it was an air pressure thing, the building settling, maybe the HVAC system kicking on. But deep down I knew better, because that door had responded to me. After that night I started noticing things. Small things at first. A glimpse of movement just at the edge of my vision that would vanish when I turned my head. The feeling of being watched while I restocked supplies in the linen closet. Objects that weren't where I'd left them. Not moved far, just slightly shifted, as though someone had picked them up to examine them and set them down again. About 3 weeks after the door incident, I was at the nurse's station filing some paperwork when I felt that same prickly sensation on the back of my neck. When I looked up, I saw someone moving at the far end of the hallway. Just a shadow, really, slipping around the corner toward room 212. 212 belonged to Mr. Grantham, a 92-year-old former high school principal who'd been with us for about 8 months. He'd been declining for weeks, barely eating, sleeping most of the day. When I saw that shadow disappear into his room, I felt a cold certainty settle in my stomach. I wasn't surprised when the night nurse found him unresponsive 2 hours later. He was gone by morning. It happened again 2 weeks after that. I was mopping the floor near the TV lounge when I felt that same presence. This time, when I looked up, I saw what looked like the hem of a dark coat or robe disappearing around the corner toward the west wing. I followed, but of course, found nothing. That night, Ethel Winters passed in her sleep. She was in the west wing, room 136. After the third time, that was Mrs. Calloway, who'd had a stroke. I couldn't deny the pattern anymore. These presences always appeared shortly before someone died. Sometimes hours before, sometimes the same day, and I was seeing them more and more frequently. I've since learned there's a name for what I think I'm witnessing: psychopomps, beings that guide souls to the afterlife. In my 30 years as a pagan, I'd read about them, of course, Anubis, Hermes, the Valkyries, but I'd always interpreted them as metaphors, not literal entities that might be gliding through the hallways of a mediocre assisted living facility in suburban Ohio. What's strangest is that I've never seen them directly, only from the corner of my eye, or as a shadow, or the briefest impression of movement. Turn to look straight at them, and they're gone. But their presence has become a reliable harbinger of what's to come. I'm not the only one who's noticed either. About 4 months ago, I was working with Jamal, one of our newer CNAs. We were in the med room sorting evening medications when a tray of plastic cups suddenly slid about 6 inches across the counter. We both saw it. There was no air vent nearby, no draft, no explanation. Jamal stared at the tray, then at me. "Did you?" I shook my head. "That's the second weird thing today," he said, voice low. "Earlier I thought I saw someone walking into room 220, but when I checked, Mrs. Levine was asleep, and there was nobody else there." Mrs. Levine coded during dinner that night. After that conversation, I started paying closer attention to my co-workers. There's Teresa, who won't walk the East Wing alone after 9 p.m. anymore. Dave, our maintenance guy, who keeps replacing the fluorescent bulbs in the North Corridor because they flicker constantly, even though the replacements do the exact same thing. Nurse Wanda, who I once caught singing softly to an empty chair in the sunroom, she stopped abruptly when she saw me, looking embarrassed. I didn't ask, but I think she felt something there too. Last month, something happened that really cemented my belief in these psychopomps. We had a new resident, Victor Salazar, move in on a Tuesday. He was in his early 70s, younger than most of our residents, but he had early onset dementia and couldn't live alone anymore. His daughters had brought him in, and they seemed like caring people who'd visit often. I was helping Victor get settled, showing him around the common areas. When I noticed, he kept looking over my shoulder, tracking something with his eyes that I couldn't see. At first, I thought it was just the dementia. Many of our residents with cognitive decline see things that aren't there. But then, he spoke directly to whatever he was seeing. "No," he said firmly, "not today. I just got here." A chill ran through me. I turned around slowly, half expecting to see one of my shadows, but there was nothing. "Victor," I said gently, "who are you talking to?" His face cleared for a moment, lucid and sharp. "The collectors," he said. "They're always around places like this. But I told them I'm not ready." 3 days later, I was getting ready to leave after my shift when I felt that familiar presence again, stronger than I'd ever felt it before. I actually stopped in the middle of the hallway, the hair on my arms standing straight up. I didn't see anything, but I knew. And I knew where it was going. I hurried to Victor's room without even thinking about it. His door was ajar, and when I peeked in, he was sitting up in bed, staring at the corner of his room. He didn't seem afraid. If anything, he looked resigned. "It's okay," he was saying. "I understand now. My daughters will be okay. I didn't go in. I couldn't." There was a heaviness to the air that kept me rooted to the spot outside his door. And maybe this sounds crazy, but I swear I heard something respond to him. Not words exactly, more like the impression of comfort, of reassurance. Victor died in his sleep that night. Heart attack, the doctor said. Quick and painless. That was the first time I felt like maybe these entities, whatever they are, aren't malevolent. They're not causing deaths. They're facilitating transitions that are already going to happen. They know who's about to cross over before any of us do, even our medical staff. Just last week, I had another encounter that left me shaken. I was in the supply closet, counting inventory, when I heard what sounded like whispering coming from behind the shelves of adult diapers and bed pads. Not words I could make out, just the cadence of speech, soft and constant. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe one of the residents had wandered in confused. The whispering stopped immediately, and then very distinctly I heard footsteps walking away from me through the solid wall. I waited until my shift ended that night, then checked the resident log before leaving. Sure enough, Henrietta Jones had taken a turn for the worse and been transferred to the hospital. She passed before midnight. The incident that still unsettles me the most, though, remains that first one with the door. Not because it moved. We've had plenty of weird occurrences with objects moving since then, but because it listened. It responded to human acknowledgement. These things, whatever they are, they're conscious. They're aware of us, just as we're becoming aware of them. In a place like Colster, death is a weekly occurrence. It's part of the job. We're trained to handle it professionally, to support the families, to clean out the rooms efficiently so they can be prepared for new residents. The cycle continues, but knowing there are entities moving among us, entities that know who's next, that's different. That changes everything. Some of my co-workers have quit. I don't blame them. But I've stayed, partly because I find it oddly comforting now. In all the months I've been aware of these psychopomps, I've never sensed malice from them. They're not here to harm. They're here to help with the journey we all eventually take. Last night, I was alone in the break room at the end of my shift. I'd just clocked out and was gathering my things when I felt that familiar presence. No shadows this time, no movements, just the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. For the first time, I spoke to it directly, intentionally. "I see you," I said quietly. "I know what you're doing here. It's okay." The fluorescent light above me flickered once, twice. The room felt heavier, like the air had thickened. And then, so softly I almost thought I imagined it, I heard what sounded like a sigh. Not of sadness or frustration, but of relief, of being recognized. The presence lingered for maybe 30 seconds more, then dissipated. When I left the break room, I ran into Jackie, the night nurse, hurrying toward room 107 with the crash cart. But here's the thing that's keeping me up at night. For that brief moment in the break room, when I acknowledged the presence, I didn't feel the usual dread that accompanies these encounters. Instead, I felt understood, like we'd reached some kind of accord across the divide between worlds. And now I can't help wondering, were they always there, these psychopomps at every death I've witnessed in my 5 years at Colster? Were they there when my own grandmother passed years ago? Have they been moving through our world all along, just beyond our perception? More unsettling still, now that I've acknowledged them so directly, will they remember me when my own time comes? I don't have answers. All I know is that I'll never walk the halls of Colster Care the same way again. When I turn a corner and feel that familiar prickle at the back of my neck, I don't run anymore. Sometimes I even nod in greeting. Because in a place where the veil between worlds is tissue thin, where the transition from life to death happens weekly, I've learned it doesn't hurt to be polite to those who guide the way. Story 18. I've worked at St. Asher's Hospital for 15 years now. Night shifts, always night shifts. You get used to the quiet, the darkness, the occasional code blue that sends you running down hallways at 3 a.m. with your heart in your throat. But what you don't ever get used to are the things that can't be explained away by medicine or science or logic. I'm not someone who scares easily. 15 years of night shifts means I've seen just about everything the human body can do, and trust me, that's scarier than any ghost story. I've held the hands of the dying, cleaned up messes you wouldn't believe, and learned to function on 4 hours of broken sleep. Nothing much phases me anymore, but there was this one night, just one night out of thousands, that I still can't explain. It happened 5 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. One of those crystal clear memories that doesn't fade no matter how much time passes. It was a Tuesday in November. The kind of cold, damp night where the windows fog up from the inside and everything outside looks blurry through the glass. I was working with Tina and Mark, both experienced nurses I'd known for years. The ward was quiet, unusually so. We had a few post-ops, a couple of elderly patients with pneumonia, and a young woman recovering from appendicitis. Nothing out of the ordinary. Around 2 in the morning, we were doing our rounds. You know the drill, checking vitals, adjusting IVs, making sure everyone's comfortable. The 3 of us were in room 407, a 4-bedroom at the end of the east corridor. Room 407 had always had a bit of a reputation among the staff. People would talk about call buttons going off with nobody pressing them, or items moving slightly overnight. The usual hospital ghost stories that every medical facility seems to collect over the years. I'd never paid much attention to them. There were only 3 patients in the room that night. The bed nearest the window was empty, stripped down to the mattress. The other 3 beds held elderly patients, all asleep. Mr. Patterson by the door, Mrs. Lee in the middle, and Mr. Grayson by the bathroom. We were being extra quiet, talking in whispers when we needed to communicate, mostly just working in sync after years of practice. I was checking Mr. Patterson's IV, Mark was recording Mrs. Lee's vitals, and Tina was adjusting Mr. Grayson's oxygen. The room was dim, lit only by the soft glow of monitoring equipment and the small light above the nursing station between the beds. The hospital was that special kind of quiet you only get in the dead of night. Distant beeping of machines, the occasional squeak of rubber-soled shoes from the corridor, the soft whoosh of the heating system. We'd been in there maybe 10 minutes when it started. In the corner of the room, near the door, was a large pedal bin. You know the type. Metal, about 3 feet tall, with a foot pedal that opens the lid. Someone had left a pillow on top of it. Probably one of the day staff who'd been changing linens and got distracted. Nothing unusual about that. But then the bin started moving. At first, I thought I was seeing things. The lid jerked upward, then down, then up again, like someone was pressing the foot pedal repeatedly. But nobody was anywhere near it. The 3 of us were all across the room, and all 3 patients were in bed, 2 of them asleep, and Mrs. Lee staring drowsily at the ceiling. The lid kept jerking up and down, up and down. The pillow on top prevented it from opening fully, so instead it made this horrible banging noise with each attempted movement. Bang, 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 rhythmic, deliberate, like someone was stomping on the pedal over and over. I froze. We all did. I remember looking at Tina and Mark, their faces illuminated by the dim light, both wearing identical expressions of confusion and disbelief. "Are you seeing this?" Tina whispered, her voice barely audible. Mark nodded slowly, his clipboard clutched tight against his chest. The banging continued. Bang, bang, bang. The bin was shaking now with the force of the movement, the metal sides vibrating slightly. But the pedal itself wasn't moving. That's what made it so wrong. The lid was trying to open, fighting against the weight of the pillow, but the pedal remained firmly on the floor. I don't know how long we stood there frozen, probably only seconds, but it felt like an eternity. The patients didn't react. Mr. Patterson and Mr. Grayson continued sleeping, and Mrs. Lee just continued staring upward, either not noticing or too medicated to care. Finally, I found my courage. Someone had to do something, and I was the senior nurse on duty. I took a deep breath and walked toward the bin, my shoes squeaking slightly on the linoleum floor. The banging continued, unaffected by my approach. Bang, bang, bang. When I reached the bin, I hesitated for a moment, then quickly snatched the pillow off the top. The instant, and I mean the very instant, my hand touched that pillow, the movement stopped. The lid became still. The banging ceased mid-motion like someone had flipped a switch. The sudden silence felt deafening. "What the hell?" Mark whispered from across the room. I dropped the pillow on the nearest empty chair and cautiously pressed the pedal with my foot. The lid opened normally, smoothly. Inside were just a few paper towels at the bottom, nothing else. Nothing that could have caused any movement. I checked around the bin, looking for anything. A trapped animal, a mechanical malfunction, vibrations from equipment, anything that could explain what we'd just seen. There was nothing. The bin was just a bin, sitting innocently in the corner as if nothing had happened. "Did you both see that?" I asked, my voice shakier than I'd have liked. They both nodded. Tina had gone pale, and Mark was still clutching his clipboard like it was a shield. Maybe it was. I don't know, maybe someone was walking by outside and the vibrations... Mark started but trailed off. We all knew that made no sense. The bin was nowhere near the door, and even if it had been, footsteps wouldn't cause that kind of movement. "It's this room," Tina whispered. "Everyone says there's something wrong with this room." I'd always been the practical one, the one who dismissed the ghost stories and urban legends that circulate in every hospital. But standing there, looking at that completely ordinary pedal bin, I couldn't come up with a rational explanation. We finished our rounds in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The rest of the night passed without incident, but none of us wanted to go back into room 407 alone. We made excuses to go in pairs for the remaining checks. When morning came, I debated whether to mention it in the handover to the day staff. In the end, I didn't. What would I say? "Oh, by the way, the pedal bin in 407 seems to be possessed. They'd think I was sleep-deprived or worse." Instead, the three of us made a pact to never forget what we'd seen and to stick together whenever possible during night shifts in that room. We didn't talk about it much after that night, but occasionally one of us would catch the other's eye when passing room 407, and we'd know we were both thinking about it. 5 years have passed since then. I've worked hundreds more night shifts, spent countless more hours in room 407. Nothing like that has ever happened again, not to me anyway. I've heard whispers from other night staff about odd occurrences, call buttons ringing with no one pressing them, items moving slightly overnight, the usual things, but nothing as blatant, as undeniable as what I experienced that night. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was some kind of pressure build-up in the bin. Maybe there was a small animal we didn't see. Maybe the hospital's ancient heating system caused some kind of vacuum effect. I've cycled through dozens of potential explanations over the years, each one flimsier than the last. But deep down, I know what I saw, what we all saw, something impossible, something that shouldn't have happened but did. I still work nights at St. Ashes. I still check on patients in room 407, but I never linger there longer than necessary, and I always keep an eye on that corner, on whatever pedal bin happens to be there now. And if I'm being completely honest, I never, ever place anything on top of one. Some people might think it's silly to be unsettled by a moving trash can, but it wasn't just the movement that bothers me to this day. It was the deliberate nature of it, the rhythmic, insistent quality, like someone was trying to get our attention, like someone was saying, "Look at me, I'm here." And sometimes in the quietest hours of my shifts, when the ward is still and the only sound is the soft beeping of monitors, I find myself wondering, what would have happened if I hadn't removed that pillow? Would the banging have continued? Would it have gotten louder, more insistent? What was trying to get out? Those are the questions that keep me awake during the daylight hours when I should be sleeping. Those are the questions I'll probably never have answers to. All I know is that in 15 years of working nights at St. Ashes, I've seen a lot of strange things that medicine can explain. But what happened that night in room 407 isn't one of them. And trust me, I've tried to explain it. We all have. Some things I've learned are better left alone. Some questions are better left unanswered. But I still find myself glancing at that corner every time I enter room 407, half expecting to see the lid of the pedal bin jerk upward, fighting against a weight that isn't there anymore. Story 19. I never really believed in ghosts before I started working at Riverside Rehabilitation Center. I'm not the type to get spooked easily. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed. That's probably why I was good at my job as a counselor. Working with recovering addicts requires patience and rationality, not getting caught up in emotions or superstitions. But what I experienced during my time at Riverside changed everything I thought I knew about reality. The facility itself looked innocent enough from the outside. A large, sprawling, single-story building with decent landscaping and a few outdoor areas for patients. Nothing about it screamed haunted. When I first took the job 3 years ago, my supervisor mentioned casually during orientation that the building used to be a daycare center before it was converted into a rehab facility. I remember thinking that was kind of sad. A place that once rang with children's laughter now housed adults fighting their demons. What happened between those two phases of the building's life? Nobody ever really talked about. There was a period when it sat empty, apparently. Maybe 5 or 6 years. Details were fuzzy, and honestly, I didn't care much at the time. I was just excited about my new position helping people recover from addiction. My first few weeks at Riverside were uneventful. I got to know the layout, met my colleagues, and started working with patients. The daily routine became familiar quickly. Morning check-ins, group therapy sessions, individual counseling, educational workshops, and evening reflection groups. It was demanding but rewarding work. Then I started noticing something in the hallway that led to the male dormitory. I had to walk down this hallway multiple times each day. About halfway down was this strange architectural feature, a doorway with no door, just a frame cut into the wall that served no apparent purpose. Someone had told me they thought it might have been an entrance to a small classroom back when it was a daycare, but the renovation had sealed it off while leaving the frame intact. The first time I felt it, I was walking down the hall alone around 8 at night, heading to check on a patient who was having a particularly rough time with withdrawal symptoms. As I passed that empty door frame, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had this overwhelming sense that someone was standing right next to me, not behind me, not in front of me, but right at my side. As if a person had silently sidled up next to me and was walking in perfect step. I stopped and looked, but of course no one was there. I chalked it up to being tired or stressed and continued on my way. But it happened again the next day, and the day after that. Always in the exact same spot, always the same feeling, like someone was standing just to my right, waiting for me to acknowledge them. I started to dread walking down that hallway alone. After about 3 months of this, I finally broke down and mentioned it to Marco, one of the night shift nurses who'd been at Riverside for almost a decade. "That hallway by the men's dorm?" he asked, not looking surprised at all. "Yeah, that's where most people feel him." "Him?" I asked, feeling a chill despite the warmth of the staff room. Marco shrugged. "The shadow man, the one with the hat." I hadn't mentioned anything about a shadow or a hat. I'd only talked about the feeling of a presence, but Marco's words struck me like a physical blow, because just the week before, I'd been counseling a newly admitted patient, a 26-year-old heroin addict named Tyler, who'd mentioned seeing a dark man with a wide-brimmed hat standing in the corner of his room during his first night at the center. At the time, I'd dismissed it as hallucinations from withdrawal. Now, I wasn't so sure. Has anyone else mentioned seeing something like that?" I asked Marco, trying to keep my voice casual. "All the time," he replied, scrolling through his phone as if we were discussing the weather. "Patients see him most often, especially the ones in detox. Staff, too, sometimes. He's been here longer than I have." I tried to rationalize it. Mass hysteria, perhaps. Stories getting passed around among patients. But Marco shot that down immediately. "We never tell new patients about him," he said. "Never. It's an unspoken rule. If they see him, they bring it up themselves." Over the next few weeks, I paid closer attention to what my patients were saying. To my astonishment, at least 1 in 4 new arrivals would mention, unprompted, seeing a shadow figure during their first few nights. And over half of those would specifically mention the hat, a wide-brimmed hat, like an old-fashioned fedora or something similar. These were people from different backgrounds, different cities, different drug preferences, different ages. People who had never met each other and had no opportunity to share stories before their admissions. Yet they described the exact same entity. Strangely, after about 6 months at Riverside, the feeling of someone walking beside me in the hallway faded. I still felt uncomfortable passing that doorway, but the intense sensation of a presence diminished. I hoped it meant whatever was there had moved on, or at least lost interest in me. I was wrong. It was around this time that I started catching glimpses of him myself. Never head-on, always in my peripheral vision or reflected in windows. A dark silhouette moving just outside my field of vision. Sometimes, when I was alone in my office doing paperwork late at night, I'd see movement outside my window. A tall, dark figure wearing what appeared to be a wide-brimmed hat, just standing there in the darkness. When I'd look up properly, nothing would be there. Then there were the doors, the heavy double doors leading out to the detox unit's patio area. They had hydraulic closers on them to prevent them from slamming, and they required significant force to push open. Multiple times a week, usually during quiet periods like late at night or early morning, those doors would suddenly blow open with tremendous force, as if someone had run at them full speed and shoved through. The first time I witnessed it, I rushed to see who had come in, only to find nobody there. The doors were too heavy for wind to move them like that. There was no explanation. My colleague Diane once told me about being alone in the medication room at 3 in the morning when she felt someone breathing directly on the back of her neck. When she turned around, no one was there, but the room had gone ice cold. The maintenance guy, Ray, refused to enter the storage closet near the group therapy room by himself after finding all the supplies rearranged one morning, despite the door being locked overnight. He swore he could hear rustling inside whenever he walked past, like someone was moving things around. But the most unnerving part of the whole Riverside experience was the rock garden in the smoking area. It was meant to be inspirational. Each patient who completed the full 30-day program would paint a rock and add it to the garden as a symbol of their sobriety journey. Over the years, hundreds of these painted rocks had accumulated. Some were elaborate with detailed imagery, others simply had names or dates. A few had inspirational quotes. What made it eerie was knowing the statistics. The relapse rate for the kinds of severe addictions we treated was high. Many of the people represented by those colorful rocks were likely using again. Some had overdosed and died. We'd gotten those calls before. That cheerful rock garden increasingly felt like a graveyard to me. Each stone potentially marking someone already lost. One evening in October last year, I was having a particularly difficult day. We'd received word that a former patient, a 21-year-old kid named Danny, who'd been clean for almost a year, had relapsed and fatally overdosed. I'd worked closely with him during his time at Riverside and had genuinely believed he would make it. The news hit me hard. I stepped out to the smoking area around sunset, even though I don't smoke, just to get some air and clear my head. The rock garden caught my eye. Danny had painted one of those rocks just 10 months earlier, a simple blue stone with a yellow sunrise on it. As I stood there looking at the garden, the temperature seemed to drop. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had that familiar feeling of being watched. I glanced up and nearly fell backward in shock. Standing on the other side of the rock garden was a figure, not quite solid, but not quite transparent either. Like a shadow that had somehow pulled itself away from the surface it was cast on. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and wore what was unmistakably a wide-brimmed hat. I couldn't make out features, just a dark silhouette against the twilight. I froze. For what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, neither of us moved. Then, slowly, deliberately, the figure raised what appeared to be an arm and pointed directly at one of the rocks in the garden. I couldn't tell which one from where I stood. A door slammed somewhere inside the building, breaking the spell. I blinked, and the figure was gone. Just gone. No movement, no fading away. Just there one instant, and not there the next. I practically ran back inside, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. What could I say that wouldn't sound completely insane? The next day, I forced myself to go back to the rock garden. I had to know which stone the figure had pointed at. I examined the area where I thought its spectral finger had indicated and found several rocks clustered together. One caught my eye, a grey stone with what looked like a hat painted on it in black. The paint was faded and chipped, clearly one of the older rocks in the garden. I asked Maria, the longest-serving staff member at Riverside, about it. She'd been there since the place opened as a rehab center. When I described the rock, her face went pale. "That would be Michael's rock," she said quietly. "One of our first patients. He completed the program but relapsed about a month later, overdosed in a motel room while wearing his favorite hat, an old-fashioned wide-brimmed thing he always had with him. He used to say it was the only thing his father ever gave him." I felt sick. "When was this?" I managed to ask. "Must be 12 years ago now. He was a sweet man, haunted though. Had a lot of guilt because he used to work at the daycare that was here before." "Wait, he worked at the daycare? This same building?" Maria nodded. "He never talked much about it, just said something bad happened here and he couldn't forgive himself. We all assumed he meant he'd been using drugs while responsible for children. He never gave details, and we don't push people on things like that." Everything clicked into a terrible pattern. The shadow figure, the hat, the inexplicable connection to this building. 2 nights later, I was working late, finishing up some assessments in my office. The main lights in the hallway had been dimmed for the night, leaving just the emergency lighting casting long shadows everywhere. I gathered my things, locked my office, and headed toward the exit. I had to pass that doorway in the hallway by the men's dorm. As I approached it, I steeled myself, expecting that old familiar feeling of a presence next to me. But nothing happened as I passed by. Instead, as I reached the lobby, I heard footsteps behind me, heavy, deliberate footsteps. I turned, but the hallway was empty. The footsteps stopped when I turned. I continued walking. The footsteps resumed, perfectly matching my pace, but slightly behind me. I quickened my step, so did the footsteps. I stopped again. Silence. My heart was pounding as I made my final approach to the main doors. Just as I reached for the handle, the footsteps behind me broke into what sounded like a run, coming straight at me. I spun around, terrified, and for a split second, I saw him. The shadow man racing toward me, arms outstretched, hat silhouetted against the dim emergency lights. I yanked the door open and practically fell outside, gasping for breath. When I looked back through the glass doors, the lobby was empty. I haven't been able to explain what happened that night, or any of the other incidents at Riverside. I still work there. These aren't the kinds of jobs you walk away from easily, and I care about the patients. But I'm never alone in the building anymore if I can help it. Sometimes, when new patients arrive, I watch their faces carefully as they walk down that hallway for the first time. I can always tell which ones have seen him by the way their eyes widen slightly, the way they glance sideways at empty space, the way they sometimes quicken their pace. I've developed a habit of checking the rock garden every morning when I arrive for my shift. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Maybe new arrangements in the rocks, some sign from the shadow man. All I know is that when I'm out there alone, standing among those painted stones, each representing someone who fought their demons and won, but might be fighting them still, I can feel him watching me from somewhere, waiting, witnessing, perhaps wondering which of our current patients will survive their battles with addiction and which might someday join him in the shadows. Story 20. I've been working as a nurse for 8 years now, but nothing in my training or previous experience prepared me for what I've encountered at Colster General. I need to write this down while it's fresh in my memory because I still can't believe what happened today, and I'm not sure anyone would believe me if I told them face to face. Colster General sits on the outskirts of our small Scottish town, about 20 minutes from the main road. It's this massive, aging red brick building that's been there since the 1950s. The kind of place that looks like it belongs in a black and white photograph. All faded brick, covered in creeping ivy that nobody's bothered to trim back for what looks like decades. The windows are never quite clean, no matter how recently they've been washed, and the lights inside always seem to flicker, as if the electrical system is constantly on the verge of giving up. I started working there about 3 months ago. The pay was better than my previous job at the modern facility in Edinburgh, and honestly, the shorter commute was the main selling point. Plus, I figured a smaller hospital would mean more personal connections with patients. I just didn't realize personal connections would extend beyond the living. I noticed something was off from my first night shift. There's this constant hum that seems to come from inside the walls. Maintenance says it's just the old plumbing system, but it doesn't sound like any pipes I've ever heard. It's more like a low, steady vibration that you feel more than hear, especially in the East Wing where the older patient rooms are located. About a month into the job, I was organizing supplies in the storage closet when I overheard some of the other nurses huddled at the station talking in hushed tones. They kept mentioning the shadow girl and how she'd been active lately. When they noticed me listening, they quickly changed the subject. Later that night, I asked Morag, one of the senior nurses who'd been at Colster for over 20 years, what they were talking about. She looked around first, making sure we were alone, before explaining. Every hospital has its stories, Emma. Colster just happens to have one that won't go away. According to Morag, the shadow girl is the spirit of a young patient who died in the hospital. Some say it was tuberculosis in the 1960s. Others swear she fell down the service stairs sometime in the 1970s. Nobody seems to know exactly when or how she died, but everyone agrees on one thing. She's never left. She plays little tricks, Morag told me. Moves things around, makes noises at night when the halls are empty. Some patients see her standing at the foot of their beds. She tends to appear more when someone's close to their time. I nodded politely, but internally I wrote it off as hospital folklore. Every workplace has its stories, right? Especially old buildings with creaky floors and dodgy lighting. I didn't think much more about it until 2 weeks later. I was doing my evening medication rounds on the second floor. It was around 9:30 at night, and the hallway was dimly lit, with most patients already settled in for the night. As I passed room 218, I heard a sharp sound behind me. When I turned, I saw a clipboard that had been hanging on the hook outside the room was now lying on the floor across the hall, as if someone had violently flung it against the opposite wall. What made the hair on my arms stand up was that there was nobody else in the corridor. Nobody. And this clipboard hadn't just fallen, it had traveled about 6 feet horizontally across the hallway. I checked for any wires or strings, even looked up at the ceiling tiles, thinking maybe someone was playing a prank. Nothing. I convinced myself it must have been balanced precariously, and somehow fell in a weird way, though that didn't explain how it ended up across the hallway, rather than directly below its hook. I tried to put the incident out of my mind. Weird things happen in hospitals all the time that have perfectly reasonable explanations, even if we don't immediately see them. But the seed was planted, and I started noticing other things. The way certain rooms would suddenly feel freezing cold, despite the heating being on full blast. How some of the older patients would sometimes talk to empty corners of their rooms as if someone was standing there. Then came today. I was working a 12-hour night shift, covering for Anna, who had called in sick. The hospital is eerily quiet after midnight, with the skeleton night crew spread thin across the floors. Around 2 in the morning, I stepped outside for a quick cigarette break. Bad habit, I know, but night shifts are brutal. The back entrance opens onto a small courtyard where staff sometimes take breaks or have lunch when the weather's decent. It was freezing outside, with that bone-chilling damp cold that only seems to exist in Scotland during winter. I hurried through my smoke, watching my breath form clouds in the air. As I stamped out my cigarette and turned to head back inside, something caught my eye through one of the ground floor windows, movement in the restricted corridor that leads to the old administration wing. At first, I thought it might be one of the night cleaners, but as I looked more carefully, I realized it was much smaller, a child. I could see the silhouette clearly through the frosted glass, a girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, walking slowly and deliberately down the hallway. She seemed to be barefoot, and she was moving toward the service stairwell at the end of the corridor. My first thought was that a pediatric patient had somehow wandered away from their room, though we didn't currently have any children that age admitted. I rushed back inside, calling out, "Hello? Are you lost?" as I hurried down the hallway where I'd seen the figure, but when I reached the corridor, it was empty. Completely empty. And the thing that made my skin crawl was that I'd reached it within seconds of seeing the girl. There's no way she could have gone far. The service stairwell door at the end was locked. I tried it myself. And there are no branching hallways or rooms off this particular corridor. She had simply vanished. I stood there for a moment trying to process what I'd just seen. That's when I felt it, an overwhelming coldness that seemed to settle over me like a blanket. Not the kind of cold you feel when the heating's broken, but a deep, penetrating chill that goes straight to your bones. And there was a smell, too. Faint, but distinct. Like old-fashioned cough medicine and something earthy, like wet leaves. I'll admit it. I practically ran back to the nurse's station. The night supervisor, Linda, took one look at my face and asked if I'd seen her. I didn't even have to ask who she meant. I tried to focus on my work for the rest of the shift, but my mind kept going back to that small, barefoot silhouette. Around 5 in the morning, I was called to check on Mr. Faulkner, an elderly patient in palliative care. His condition had been declining rapidly over the past few days, and we all knew he wouldn't be with us much longer. When I entered his room, he was awake, which surprised me. He'd been mostly unconscious for the past 24 hours. His eyes weren't focused on me, though. He was looking at the empty chair in the corner of the room. "Mr. Faulkner," I said gently, checking his IV. "How are you feeling?" He tore his gaze away from the corner and looked at me with surprising clarity. "Could you tell her to stop kicking her legs like that? It's distracting." I followed his gaze to the empty chair. "Who, Mr. Faulkner?" "The little girl," he said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "She's been sitting there for hours, dark hair, blue dress, keeps kicking her legs against the chair. The noise is driving me mad." I felt that same chill from earlier return, settling into my chest. The chair was empty, completely empty. But Mr. Faulkner was looking at it with such certainty. "I'll speak to her," I said, playing along. I walked over to the empty chair and pretended to address someone sitting there. "Please stop kicking your legs. You're bothering Mr. Faulkner." The old man smiled gratefully. "Thank you. She listens to you." I stayed with him for a while, checking his vitals and adjusting his pillows. Mr. Faulkner's gaze kept drifting back to the chair, but after a few minutes, he nodded and looked at me. "She's gone now," he said softly. Just got up and walked out the door. 20 minutes later, Mr. Faulkner's heart monitor flatlined. He was gone. As I went through the motions of recording the time of death and preparing his body, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't been alone in that room, that someone else had been waiting with us, watching. When my shift ended at 7, I found myself sitting in the staff room, unable to leave just yet. Anna had come in for her morning shift and found me there, staring into a cold cup of tea. "Rough night?" she asked, dropping into the chair opposite me. I didn't know where to begin. Finally, I just asked, "Have you ever seen her, the shadow girl?" Anna didn't look surprised by my question. She just nodded. "We all have eventually. She tends to find everyone who works here long enough." "Who is she?" I asked. "What does she want?" Anna shrugged. "Nobody knows for sure. Maybe she doesn't know she's gone. Or maybe this place was the last place she felt, I don't know, safe, important. The older nurses have more stories about her than I do." "I saw her outside Mr. Faulkner's room before he died," I admitted. "At least I think I did." Anna nodded again, unsurprised. "She always knows when someone's about to pass. Some people think she helps them, cross over or whatever. Others think she's just curious. Either way, she's not malicious. At least, I've never heard of her hurting anyone." We sat in silence for a moment before Anna spoke again. "You know they're talking about demolishing Colster next year, building a new facility closer to town." I thought about the small silhouette I'd seen, wandering the hallways of the only home she seemed to know. "What happens to her then?" "I don't know," Anna said. "Maybe she'll finally move on, or maybe she'll find somewhere else to haunt." I left the hospital 20 minutes later, walking through the parking lot as the early morning sunlight filtered through the clouds. I turned back to look at the building, all faded red brick and ivy, uncleaned windows reflecting the grey sky. For a moment I thought I saw a small face watching me from a third-floor window, but when I blinked, it was gone. I'm home now, writing this all down while it's still fresh. I've got another shift tomorrow night, and I'm not sure how I feel about going back. Part of me is terrified, but another part is curious. If the shadow girl of Colster General is real, and after today, I'm inclined to believe she is, what does she want? Why has she stayed all these years? Maybe I'll never know. But one thing's certain, I'll never look at the empty chairs in patients' rooms the same way again. And whenever I walk past room 218 or down that restricted corridor, I'll be watching the shadows a little more carefully. Because at Colster General, it seems like the shadows are watching back.